You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up with profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
the podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Because I'm a perfectionist, I realized that actually haunted me because there's a sense of guilt there where if I wouldn't have been in college or if I would have been there, maybe the outcome would have been different. And every now and again, I get choked up. Right now is not one of those times, thank goodness. But when I was having just a mask off is what I call it, conversation with a coworker, I said, it bothers me, but the choices that he made were the choices that he made. And ultimately, I know there was nothing I could do about it. I know that now.
So you said so much in that period of time. Taking accountability for others, how can you do that is what I kind of hear. And I know that I've done that a lot in my lifetime as well. I'm like, I just want to take the weight on for the individual, whatever it may be that they're going through. If I can take that load off and make that load a little bit lighter for that person, it's like it's what I want to do. But at the end of the day, we are not able to shield somebody from something that they ultimately have to deal with at the end of the day for their own things. And so I've struggled with that, exactly what you're talking about. And so I probably could write a whole chapter in unfinished business myself.
Absolutely.
And then having that guilt too, the dang, if you just were there versus in college. All of these are things that are some great teaching points. What is your words of wisdom from everything that you shared? People having different expectations of you not wanting to just walk away when you really know it's done. It is finished. It is finished. It is finished. That's a whole chapter. It is finished.
Right.
Now what? What do I do after we know it's finished? What words of encouragement do you have from what you shared?
I think for me, the biggest thing would to be when you feel like, first of all, definitely pray about it first. Okay. Because sometimes without prayer, we'll say we finished and God be like, go on back over there. You're just tired.
Right on that.
You know,
That's happened to me too.
you know, so you have to pray about it first and be sure that you've really done your all. And then after that, you have to be willing to, okay, because the operative word is willing. You have to be willing to say, I have given this everything that I've had to give. Okay. And then you have to go back to God again with a closing prayer to say, I've done everything I can. If for whatever reason he puts it back in your heart, he shows you something through conversation, through your eyesight, whatever the case may be, and he gives you what I always say is a fresh set of eyes to go at it another angle. Then you you pick up that cross and you go with it. Otherwise, you have to make peace with it, pray about it, know that God has it, and let that be that. But don't spend too much time being caught up in something that you cannot change. And everybody has their different levels. You know, that's why Sabali is patient. You know, that's what people. A friend of mine started calling me that, and
it's called patient. Being patient. Oh, patient. Okay. So you went with names that had meanings. So Sabali is patient.
It's patient.
But what is Kahuna?
You know? King.
King. Okay.
Rising above. Rising above.
Oh my gosh. Well, y'all should have told me that at the beginning. Y'all should have told me that backstage.
Sorry.
Hello, I learned that like 2 seconds before we get ready to get off the show. So you are patient and you are king. Rising above, being patient to deal with what's being thrown at you. Wow. That's just so meaningful. Okay, well, keep it going. Say anything else you were going to say. Carry on.
So that's my takeaway with it. And everybody doesn't have the same level of patience. So I'll go through this. I would have been did this, or I would have been done this. And don't let this interview fool you. I mean, I can get with you if I have to, but that's what what I'm trying to. It's a work in progress. You know, I'm trying to, to say, okay, you win. You got it. Because once you read the book, you'll see that my dad's teaching was so different from my mom's. You know, my dad's teaching was like, hey, get them, and I went through a phase of my life where I was the Medea. I'm gonna get them I'm gonna get them before they get me. That's why they got, but my mom's was such a peaceful, more spiritual, you pray about it, you turn the other cheek type thing. So the dynamics were so different, and I've utilized them both. And I feel that even above all of the nonsense that I put out and took, I'm grateful for what they both, imparted in me. I'll be forever grateful.
I'm forever grateful that you all came here on the Kim Jacobs Show today, shared this insightful conversation and a delightful conversation on Unfinished Business by Kahuna, King, and Sabali. Patience. Okay. A book of the roles that we play in this game called life. Make sure you all pre-order your copy. You can do that simply by going to either of their social media pages, which is Kahuna Sabali on Instagram. You can DM them on Facebook, Unofficial Finished. The I is not in there, but Finished, and that's on purpose. UNFINSHED business. So Unofficial Finished minus the I business, okay, on Facebook. And you can also go to bookpatch.com and put in the actual book title, and you can order it from there. So there are all kinds of ways for you all to stay connected with these wonderful authors here today. And it's been my honor and privilege to have you both here. Are there any closing comments that either of you have?
No. After you get the book, we'd like to come back.
Well, I would love to have you come back because we can deep dive into some of those chapters about some things maybe we didn't get to talk about that are unfinished conversations once we get a chance to have the book in my hand and I can read it. I love it. And thank you all. If you can send that to me, I greatly appreciate it. And I look forward to receiving it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any closing comments about it?
No, I don't have any closing comments. I'm just glad that I had the opportunity to be here. And like Miss, sorry, I'll tell your name. Sorry, as Kahuna said, I would love to come back and just kind of talk a little more. Once we get it, then we can just kind of deep in a little bit more.
Come back anytime, and then you have the link. So just book yourself, and let's say which pieces of the book we're going to deep dive into more. And turn it into a working session, that's for sure. Listen, If you all want to support the Kim Jacobson Show and partner with us, please feel free to do so. There's ways that you can do it weekly, monthly. You can also do it just a one-time situation, whether it's Cash App at $ Kim Jacobs Inc., or you can go to paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. as well, and lots of other ways. So today, I do want to take a moment just to tell everybody Happy Veterans Day. So thank you to all of the veterans that are here and around the world. On November 11th is Veterans Day, honoring all who serve. So we want to just take a moment to say thank you. And I thank Cassandra, one of our team members, for giving us the history of Veterans Day. And it was originally celebrated as Armistice Day and was first issued in November 11th, 1919 by President Woodrow Wilson, a year after the end of World War I. And the whole purpose of that day at the time was to honor the fallen soldiers of the Great War for their sacrifice and bravery. But years later, in 1926, Congress adopted a resolution requesting that President Calvin Coolidge issue annual proclamations on November 11th, making Armistice Day a legal holiday. And I'm going to fast forward all the way down to now. The National Veterans Award was created in 1954 and the first received by Congressman Reese, who has supported in making Veterans Day a federal holiday. And go down some more. The national holiday is now observed by the federal government on a Friday, and if the holiday falls on a Saturday or on a Monday. But the holiday, if it falls on a Sunday, it's like how they determine how they're going to ultimately do it. But the United States Senate Resolution 143, which was passed in August of 2001, on August 4th, 2001, designated the week of November 11th through the 17th as National Veterans Awareness Week. I didn't know that, so thank you for sharing these facts with us. It's National Veterans Awareness Week. And so again, we salute all of the veterans as well. And thank you for this historical information, Cassandra. All right, that's our episode for today. And I'm so honored that you ladies joined us. Thank you all in the virtual studio audience for tuning in. And we will be back on Monday with an all new episode. So make sure you are in your virtual seat.
Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. And we have our lovely host today, and she is...
Hi, guys. It's Marlene of the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast.
All right, now.
It's Marlene of the Marlene.
Okay, tonight we're going to be talking about mamas. Okay, and what our mamas used to say to us, and we'd be like, what? And you dare not say a word, just say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because if you say anything, you know what that means. Either you're going to find yourself getting off the floor. That's right, I said flow. Okay, or floor. And you best not cry when you get up. And when you get up, you better say, yes, ma'am. Okay, so tonight, Marlene and I are going to talk about some of those sayings that our mama said to us. But first, I just want to say this. I love my mother. Even though she is not with me today, I still remember most of the things she would say to let you know she meant business. Mama, thank you so much for all you did for me, and thanks for all the wisdom that you put into me. Thank you for loving me. You will always be forever in my heart. You are the best. All right. Is there something you want to say, Marlene, about your mom?
Yes. Well, I had a no-nonsense Jamaican mother, and I think my mom just did it to keep order into the home. Now being an adult, I can understand how could you keep 10 kids plus a husband in line and not have rules. So I understand now, but back then I thought something was wrong with my mama.
I did too, girl. I really did. So let's get into this. And the first thing I remember from back in the day, when I think I was about maybe 16, 17, and I always would say, Mama, you don't know this, and you old, she would say, or I would do something like that was childish, or trying to tell her something that was childish. And this is what she said to me: you'll get treated like an adult when you start acting like one. I thought I was acting like but looking back on it, I ain't know what I was talking about. You know, it was just crazy decisions. So I understand what she meant today. When I start acting like an adult, she'll treat me like one. Okay? That means that you make better decisions. What about you, Marlene?
Yeah, well, being the youngest, I don't know. I was the youngest of 10 children, but I also thought I was the smartest.
That's what I'm talking about. I was smart. My mama was the smart one. Cause see, that's because they are older than we, and they are our mothers. We don't look at it as though they is not where we are, but they have been there, done that, and they have learned from their mistakes. This is why they trying to tell us, you don't have to travel that road, baby. I went down that road for you. Okay, but back then, did we listen? No.
Never.
They don't know what they talking about. I'm going to do what I want to do. Okay, and most of the time I find myself getting off the floor, Mm-hmm. All right, so let's move on. Another thing that my mom used to say, she used to say this: what did you say? You don't pay no bills in my house. You do as I say, little girl. I said, she said, do you pay the bills? Hell no, ma'am. But then what you trying to run? You don't run this house. I am the mama and you the child. And when you get your own house, you can do what you want to do. You know, and I see that stuff today. It's just like with my grandkids. They come over to my house. Granny, you doing the most. I said, you know what? Come over here. I'm going to show you the most. Bam! How about that? You don't tell me, come up in my house telling me what to do until you pay some of these bills. You cannot tell Granny nothing. Okay? So that just puts me in remembrance of my mom telling me the same thing. When you pay the bills up here, then you can have a say-so if I let you. So what you have to say to that, Marlene?
Well, I never even got to where my mom would even allow me, even if I was an adult. My mom always said, I'm always going to be your mama, so you never can have nothing to say. I thought it was...
I mean, I don't care if we had something to say. It better be real respectful, or either if it wasn't, or it was telling them that they didn't know what they was talking about, you getting off the floor. So the best thing to do is say, yes, ma'am, and keep your mouth shut. I used to run into my room and get the pillow, put it on the bed, and put my head in there and talk noise. So she couldn't hear what I was saying. And she said, do I hear anything in there? No, ma'am.
See, you were good. I used to say it to my mama's face. We'll talk about that later.
Oh, my God. No, you didn't, girl. Okay, let's move on. Another thing my mom used to say when she be trying to talk to me and I got this look on my face, she say, what? You got an attitude? Oh, you better get that. Baby, if you got an attitude, you better straighten it up and fly right when you're talking to my mom. And don't let her say she gonna tell daddy. Because see, my mom wasn't the one that tear our legs up. It was our daddy. He hit too hard. You know, so when she said, what? You got an attitude? We're going to see what your daddy have to say about this. That was
in order.
Mama, I'm sorry, Mama, I don't have no attitude. Please don't tell Daddy. Well, you better straighten up and fly right. That was her favorite thing. Straighten up and fly right. All right, let's move on to the next. All right, another thing my mama said, if you keep making that face, it'll get stuck like that. And I remember when I was real little, Marlene, I used to believe her when she said, keep making that face, you know, it's going to get stuck like that. So I smiled. She said, now that's better. You know, and when I look back on that, I just laughed. I said, my mama was something else. But she also was very loving. You know, she may have said these stern things sometimes, but she was also on the flip side of that. My mother was very loving. Okay, let's move on to the next. You better know, listen, now this, I know you can relate to this, and a lot of people ought to know this about this. I don't know how y'all mama said this, but this is what she said, okay? You better know that school work the same way you know them songs. Girl, I used to know all them songs, all the Diana Ross, the Commodore, just, you know, Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby. I used to be up in my room just, hey, do you remember? Hey, you know, she told me, you better know that school. Like you know them songs. I said, yes, ma'am. Cut that radio down. Yes, ma'am. Did you finish your schoolwork? I'm working on it, Mother. It better be finished in 10 minutes because dinner is in 10. Okay. Girl, she was something else. Did your mother even say that to you?
Yeah, my mom, well, I think my mom was just tired. Just think about it. 10 kids. I can't even think about that. But
So you got away with a lot, huh?
That was the thing. By the time my mom had to deal with my brothers and sisters because they were teenagers. So they was into real bad stuff. So my little stuff, it was just like whatever.
Oh, I see. All right. Another thing my mama used to say when I be trying to tell her, but I said, I'm going to go over to my friend's house and we're going to go over there and I'm going to use the telephone and call some of my friends and I'll probably be back in about 2 hours. She said, who you think you talking to? I'm not one of your little nappy head friends. You don't come up in here telling me what you gonna do. You ask me if you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, yes, ma'am, mama. Can I go over to so-and-so house and we're gonna just call up some of our friends and sit around and talk. That's how you respect your mother. And that is how you talk to me. I said, yes, ma'am. Get your little nappy head ass on out of here. Because the friend house was across the street, girl.
Oh.
Get on over there. I mean, I was like, darn. Now I look back on it. I'm like, Gio, you cannot talk to your mother any kind of way. Because if you talk to your mother you got to remember, she carried you for 9 months. Mm-hmm. You can't talk to your mother any kind of way. I don't care if she talked to you crazy. You need to just say, yes, ma'am, and give her respect just for carrying you those 9 months and going through all of that pain to birth you, Right. And there is a certain amount of level of respect that we all should give our mothers, even though when we were growing up, we didn't know, but even I've seen some adults just disrespect their mothers. And I'm like, baby, if you only knew what it was not to have a mother, in your life. I have not had my mother in my life since I was 17. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've had to kind of like grow up by myself with my sisters and brothers, making all kind of mistakes. And sometimes I wondered if my mother was here, would I made all these mistakes? You see what I'm saying? And so sometimes I think about this when I think about the things that she used to say. Now let's move on. Here's another one. Are you ready for this, Marlene? Yeah. I would knock the taste out your mouth. Well, you trying to be sassy, and I was a sassy kid. That's why I found myself getting off the floor until I learned, don't talk like that because you're going to be on the floor. But I used to be saying, I'm not doing nothing. I ain't washing no dishes. Bam! Slap the taste out your mouth. I was like, wow, okay, mama, let's move on. Okay, you know how when you get ready to go to church and you have on your Sunday best, your Sunday clothes, and your mama already done told you, Marlene, don't sit on the floor in this dress. Don't rub up against those walls and get your dress dirty. Don't sit on the church steps and get yourself dirty. And then you be talking to somebody, and then somebody else will say, look at your child. I know that ain't my child over on the floor, all over that darn floor in that church clothes. When you heard her say that, you got up and you brushed off and you go, hey, mama.
Hey, mama.
She come over there and pinked you. Get off that floor. What did I tell you? Oh, baby, she ain't had to do that to me but one time.
See, in my family, my mom would look at us and my mom wore glasses like me too. And my mom would go like this. Oh, you knew. Listen.
You knew you was in for it.
That gave fear. That put fear in my heart. When you got this,
I know.
It was over.
I know. And all my daddy had to do was just look at you. And then it was over too for me. I'm like, okay, I'll stop. But we used to laugh and play in church. And my daddy used to turn around and just look. And we straightened up so fast, girl, I swear. like nothing had never happened. You know, soon as he turned his back, we do it again. And he turned around, but he fixed us one time. He got up and went down the road. Bam, bam. And we ain't played in church like that no more. Okay, I mean, he did. He got up and went bam, slap, slap.
What?
Yeah.
In church?
In church, girl.
Oh.
My daddy, that what I'm telling you, he was something else. He was crazy. Okay.
Oh, well, at least you didn't have to stand up in the front of the church.
Who?
We did when we was bad.
In the front.
My mom sent us to the front row. Talk about, you falling asleep. Now go stand up, and you be turning around, everybody looking at you.
Oh my God.
And everybody knew that meant you was sleeping, because they did that to everybody. Everybody who was sleeping, any kid, you had to go stand in the front.
Oh my God. That's because you probably stayed up late when they told you to go to bed.
Mm-hmm. I was tired.
That was another thing. We used to try to be sleeping in church.
Like this. Right. Mom said, go stand in the front. I'd be like, no, I'll be good. And then she would force you, take you by the hand.
Right.
Stay up there. You stay awake now. And everybody looking at you. You see all the church aunties with their fans up. You know to stay awake.
Right. You know, my mom used to say, I told y'all to go to bed last night. Now you want to try to sleep at church. All right, now let's see. What else do I have written down? Oh, you be saying, you be trying to like talk back to your mama, but you be saying it under your breath. You know, like you really fussing. She say, say it again. Go ahead, say it. I dare you. I had me back like this. Say it again. Say it again. I dare. Oh, I didn't say nothing, Mama. I didn't say a word. You know, my mama didn't play. She was very, very loving, I'm telling you, but she did not play when it comes to you. Let's see, almost to make a mistake. She didn't want us to get hurt, you know, or somebody do something to us because we didn't listen and we went down the street anyway and all this kind of stuff. So that's how they kept us in line. To me, they had a lot of fear. I was scared to do a lot of stuff. And now that I look back on it, I'm like, this was what I needed. You understand? Because I don't know where I would have been without that kind of discipline. Right. You know. So I have two more, and then that's it. We're gonna bring this to a close. Okay, you know how you tell, well, Mama, you said, yeah, I'm your child and you have to cook me dinner and you have to go and buy me some clothes because I didn't ask to be here. She said, I don't have to do nothing but stay black and die.
That part.
Oh, that part. I don't even have nothing to say. Everybody ought to understand that I ain't got to do anything. And mothers, the ones that have really good mothers that stick with them, that do, you know, everything, no matter what you do, your mama, it's always going to be there for you. And then you got some mamas that will tell you and mean, I don't have to do nothing but stay black and die. You know, and they won't. You know, I just thank God for my mama. All right. And then once we graduated high school and all of that, I remember her telling Alla, you will always be my babies. I said, but Mama, we grown. Like I said, you will always be my babies. And when you come up in here, in my house, you're going to do exactly what I tell you to do. So even if I'm 50 and my mama was 90, I cannot do certain things up in her house. Okay, she was not having it. You know, you're going to be respectful. Not only that, you're going to be respectful to all of her grown-up friends. And you better not talk in the front of them as it is, okay? And you better not tell nothing that happens up in the house.
In this house.
Tell it and see what happened. That's a butt whipping. All right? So that was what my the things that I remember that my mom used to say to me, and all of those things that she said to me kept me right, especially as a teenager, because I was too scared to do anything. Okay. Mm-hmm. And besides, back then, Marlene, if you did do something, it would beat you home.
Oh, see, now that's the part we should talk about in another podcast. How when you were growing up, how the other people in your neighborhood used to raise you.
Yeah, they did. Everybody raised everybody's kids. It's not like that today. Mm-mm. Nobody want to raise nobody's kids.
No, because they're afraid.
Yeah, and teenagers having babies and hardly any fathers in the house. Mm-hmm.
Things have changed.
Yeah, it's a big change from where we come from. But I just want to say thank you so much, Marlene, for being here on the Gio Monroe Show podcast. I want to thank everybody who came to listen. Thank you so much. If I have 3 other channels other than this one, 3 of them are monetized. They are Boss Life Online, Gio's Blogs, H-Town Baby, and Team Build with Gio, where I build teams. And so I'm going to have the link down below, and I want Marlene to tell you about her 3 channels.
Okay. Thank you so much. My 3 channels are Marlene Motivates, where I do positivity and inspiration. My other channel, Just Relax Now. And my 3rd channel is Life with Marlene, which is my blog channel.
Well, thank you so much, Marlene. Once again, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for just being my co-host every Friday night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Upcoming series are going to be interviews by our testimonies, I should call them, for an upcoming lunch in February 2023. And that's going to be I Am You. It is a natural hair care company where I am the marketing director for it. And we're going to have her team, which is Cece Vance, is the owner of that hair care company, and her team is going to be coming on and telling us why they like I Am You. They use the product. They're going to tell you a lot of things, how the product works and everything. And then Miss Cece Vance will be on here in 2023. All right. So with that said, guys, we're going to go ahead and say bye-bye. And thank you so much for coming to the Gio Monroe Show and podcast. Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and podcast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. Actually, I'm having a combination of Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversations with Sandy, a combo tonight, because We are going to be having an amazing, amazing conversation. I am super excited, have been anticipating having my tonight's guest on. Listen, I am glad that you all are joining us tonight. Book Talks with Sandy. What is it? It is a Christian weekly talking segment for authors, anthology book projects, and where we want to have others to share their stories, showcase their books, and coffee conversation. It is our award-winning talking segment platform where we have a conversation that can empower you, encourage you, inspire you. And it's also a place of accountability so that we can be the person that we were authentically and born to become. And so I am super, super excited to have this amazing, phenomenal woman on with me tonight. And without further ado, I am going to bring her on and let you just greet our guest tonight. I am super excited. She is sitting in the green room, so I'm going to go ahead and bring her on. I'm getting to know her as a girlfriend kind of person. Yes, indeed. So come on, if you will. My guest tonight is none other than Lady Tracy Halcrombie. I know I can never get it right. Come on, help me out.
Halcrombie, you got it right. You got it right.
Good. Hey.
Hey, Sandy, how are you?
I am good now that we're here. Now that we're here in this space together,
Absolutely.
We've been anticipating this. You all, this lady is phenomenal. So what do I want you to do while we kind of just, wait for a lot of others to come on and join us? Those of you that are tuning in on our Facebook page of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends, thank you so much. And those of you that are joining us on our YouTube channel, as well as CTR Media Network, thank you so much for tuning in to Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. I'm going to do our intro one more time while you all share it. I need you to tag at least 5 individuals because this is a conversation you do not want to miss. We're going to be having a roundtable discussion about mental health awareness and suicide prevention, as well as share a book information with you. So listen, without further ado, I want you guys to go ahead, tag at least 5 people and put their names in, tag them, tell them, come on over. Sandy's on tonight. And we're going to have, this is a special edition, a special interview that I'm having with my dear friend. And so listen, guys, hang in there. We'll be right back, okay? I need you guys to stay with me. Go ahead and tag some people for me, and we'll be right back. And again, we are doing a special interview tonight. This is a special edition of Book Talks with Sandy, Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. This amazing, beautiful woman that you see on the screen with me tonight is someone that I came across. Again, she's phenomenal. But listen, guys, this is what happens whenever I'm reading and I'm searching as a talk. And so I was just kind of flipping, and I came across an article of this woman on Heart and Soul. It's Heart and Soul magazine, and elegant, beautiful. And I was intrigued. I wanted to hear her story because her website talks about joy. It talks about joy inside, tears. So I was intrigued. And after reading, and then the book, and I was like, hold up, there's a story going on here. And I want her to come on Book Talks with Sandy. I want to meet her. I want to know what her story is about. And lo and behold, she said yes. And so she's here. I'm super, super excited. So let me tell you a little bit, Tracy. Listen, you're phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, and I want to just thank you, especially nothing is coincidence. Everything is providence. When you reached out to me, just through messaging me, asking me to be on the show, I just didn't know what God was going to be doing with everything. I mean, especially with this being such a serious matter
Yeah.
and personal and dear to me as well. I didn't know that he would be just using so much to do
Yeah.
for his glory. So I'm thankful. Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Before we go any further in our conversation, we're just going to go to the throne of the Lord, go to the God's throne of grace, and just have a word of prayer. Those of you that are in our audience and joining us, if you will, bow your heads and let's go to God in prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you tonight. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you honor. There's none like you. We thank you for being our Lord and our Savior. We thank you for being the author and the finisher of our faith. You kept us all day long. You woke us up. David declares that this is the day that you made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. And Father, we thank you that here we are at this very pivotal moment. We do ask you to forgive us for our sins, our thoughts, our actions, or deeds that may have displeased you on today. And Father, I do ask that you will be in the midst of our conversation. I thank you for our guest on Book Talks with Sandy tonight. I thank you for Tracy. I thank you, oh God, for her courage, her heart. I thank you for her story as she shares on tonight. And Father, we thank you for the audience. And we pray that after our conversation tonight, as we say, we pray that our life will never be the same. We thank you, oh God, that you've allowed our paths to cross, and that I know that my life will never be the same. I thank you for Tracy. And we thank you, oh God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Tonight's guest is Tracy Hakrombi, and who is a mental health advocate as well as suicide prevention advocate as well. Just to share just a little bit about who she is the founder of Joy Inside Tears. It is a nonprofit organization. She's a national adult mental health first aid instructor, a mental health and suicide prevention advocate, as we said earlier, and a lost survivor of suicide. Tracy self-published her son's work after his death and has made it her mission to shed light on the stigma associated with mental health. Let's go ahead and begin to talk about Joys Inside of Tears. How did that come about? You've had that training, as we hear in your bio. Is that in your bio you mentioned about being a first aid, mental health first aid instructor. Let's begin right there. How did that come about, Tracy?
Well, that came about, Sandy, when I tried to understand what was happening or what had happened, because you don't know as many people that has died by suicide. So when I began to delve into it, I first started as getting my youth mental health certificate. And then I got the adult before I became an instructor. So in all my research, trying to gain an understanding of what could have been missed, a sign or symptom, or what could it have been prevented, or what were all the details surrounding mental health challenges, mental health disorders. It's just a wide array of things that we might not know that is all affiliated with mental illness.
Right. So your background in education?
Well, I have a master's in healthcare administration.
Okay.
And I have a communications bachelor's degree, but I was not in education, but substitute teaching.
Got it.
However, I did retire from flying, from flight attendant and flight attendant trainer, instructor and trainer. Yes.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So you all, as you heard, Tracy began to share with us in regard to getting trained and getting some knowledge in regard to mental health and suicide prevention, things to look for and things to notice. What is it possibly that one could miss if someone in their family or close to them has succumbed to suicide? And so this is where we began to talk about the nonprofit that you have performed or organized and opened, as well as your mission to say no to suicide. So you have this nonprofit for mental health awareness that is called Joy Inside Tears.
Yeah.
And you have your mission, and your mission, you founded that after the loss of your son Noah to suicide not long ago, just in 2021. And your testimony truly is your faith. That is what you and I, when we had this discussion, is that's what it's all about. Come on and share with the audience about that.
Well, that's the only thing that can sustain you in a time and a moment like that.
Yeah.
Because again, you're trying to process it all,
Mm-hmm.
and you're trying not to get so deep into your emotions that you can't go on. Because I know some people right now that's suffering that they don't feel that they can go on.
Right.
And I knew that God said he would be the uplifter of my head. And he's been lifting me up. He has become everything that he says in his word that he can be to you.
Wow.
And I told him, I promised him, if he just, anything that I did going forward, he would have to get the glory in it.
Yeah.
There is nothing else that I will do but give him the glory, even in all of this. You realize it's not really a loss because I have so much wonderful history and memories.
Okay.
And I guess not getting off the subject, but once you are functioning in being a spiritual being, having natural experiences, you already know that you can relate to him now in spirit. I relate to him now just like I relate to our Father.
Wow. That's so good. You got some audience people in there that are saying I love you, Mom. Mary said, love you, Mom. Hey, Mary, how are you? Tracy is giving you, the hands up and the praising the Lord. Listen, y'all, we're going to have a conversation for sure. Yeah. So Tracy, so as you said, God has just really revealed to you and let you know he has pulled some strength out of you, probably that you really didn't know that you had.
Sandy, I'm serious. I mean, listen, I have, if anything, if you had told me this would be, as people would say, your cross to bear, it would have been too heavy. You know what I mean? In my own strength.
Yeah.
You would have been too heavy for me. So me just knowing all my strength, and everything that I have to conjure up comes from God.
Because you have to keep going. And so that day came when you had to tell yourself, I got to keep going. I got to keep moving. Was it when you found the books, when you found some of the manuscripts and you would see the work of Noah and knowing that people had to know about his book and his work?
Yeah. Well, I think I knew I had to keep going really just after it happened because, he was such an amazing young man. And it was like, Lord, I have to continue the legacy. He had so much that he was doing. And we were already sharing this book was supposed to be a graphic comic novel, something I couldn't even fathom, Sandy, trying to put into creation. So I was like, what? And he had all this work. So what is inside is all of his artwork as well, because he's a skilled drawer. And that's what's his thing. And so all this stuff I had left, I was like, I got to try to put this into this book. So all this would have been some comic stuff that I didn't quite get. So either way, I went to a publisher, which my friend recommended. She also published her book through. And they said, yes, it's enough to do a manuscript, do a book, for a book. And I said, well, this is what I have to turn it into. So in essence, I only wrote the dedication page and the bio, actually.
So everything else, Noah gets the credit.
He does. And it's an amazing read. Fantasy fiction, if that's what you're into,
Yeah.
It's just really to the point. I love his creativity and his imagination.
Yeah.
It could have been a movie for us. It could have been a movie for real.
And I want to talk about that because a lot of when we're parents, it's like we don't come with books. We, there's some books out there.
Yeah.
We could go to Barnes and Noble, we could go on Amazon, and
Yes.
if you're a new mommy and you want to
Yes.
know. But when you really, and they get here, and so when my son, I we want them to go to college, we want them to do this, and you got and then I had to realize is that he's a free spirit. Was it something about Noah that you identified that God created him just the way he is? Tell us about that.
When I say what you just said, that was like he was like, it's so unexplainable because you had to know him. Such a humble and meek spirit.
Wow.
Such a kind soul. Even if you can see his pictures candidly and some of the stuff, he was just that way. So intelligent, so smart, so gifted. I mean, he was playing the piano and guitar by ear, playing church under the anointing. And then he's drawing. He had so much he had going on that, again, you're thinking like, only thing I would have missed, and I tell my friends now, was him going to buy his house, because we were just talking about that. He was only 21, already ready for adulthood already.
Yeah.
So buying a house and possibly getting married and having children, you know what I mean? So those were the only next steps for him if God was to say the same.
Right. Right.
So he was just great. He was just fun. He was funny. He was kind of quirky. He was just an original kid, his own original self.
And so we listen, you all, when we do get to the point and we are in our conversation, we want you to know how you can purchase the book, to know who Noah, to see his work, and to know the kind of person that his mother has definitely helped bring into the world. So in the mental health piece and Joy Inside Tears, obviously as a mother, you shed tears of joy, tears of sadness. And so in this, your mission, your vision, share with us about the mission of Joy Inside of Tears. What is it all about?
Well, the mission is all about providing resources, support, advocacy, educational training for the community. Again, we need to become more aware of mental health because it's such a stigma, but it is also such a crisis that's happening right now. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, and it's such a crisis. So with that being said, we're making some strides, but we have to do more because so many people are suffering in silence, and then the people around them don't even understand how to help them.
Right. What is it that you feel that we as a community need to do more of?
Well, in mental health, I definitely know we need to do more educating. Educating so that there won't be stigma. Because if you said, hey, if something happened to me and I went into the hospital for an operation of some things of that sort, I'll come out getting balloons and, oh, you're doing okay. People will be coming to visit the family and all this stuff. So, but if I went in to get help for my mental health, that's not going to be the same reception.
That's important.
It's not going to be the same reception.
And you're absolutely correct. Most time they're there to pick you up. Hey, you've got your bags, you've got your sweats.
Yes, exactly.
And you're not being met with the balloons. Do you feel that we don't celebrate the small wins enough? of the effort the individual that could be going through some mental instability? Would you say that we're not making a big deal out of it, or making that person feel that, hey, I'm proud of you, you made some progress, or I'm proud of you, you did this? Do you think that we are not doing enough of that?
I can't say, because that might be case by case.
Got it.
I think they were probably more apt to give the child the accolades, because it's a lot of adults suffering too.
Yeah.
So with that suffering, it's almost like you probably need to just get yourself together.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, well, you'll be okay. The pats and the feeling that you'll get from an adult to a child is going to probably be different from adult to adult.
Yeah.
I think it depends on your relationship with the person. If it's your spouse, of course, you need to be there 100%, supporting them and what have you. Brother or sister, same. But like you said, some friends, if they're coming around saying, hey, I'm or talking depressed or bringing you down,
yes,
people don't want you around. People will not want you around for that.
Yeah.
They'll just look at it like, I every time I'm talking to him, him or her, they're always like, negative, or the energy is low,
Right. So if we're finding we need to always be open or cognitive or thinking that, hey, something is off.
Yes.
To be in tune with your friend, don't take for granted that he or she is just having a down day.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You have gotten it correct, because that's really where the mental health first aid comes in.
Okay.
You're able to have some dialogue. We need to go deeper into these conversations. If someone's saying, hey, instead of just saying, okay, you'll be all right, it'll get better. Or, sometimes now we can't just tell someone to pray, but they just might need to talk. It just depends upon the scenario.
Yeah.
So I do think for sure, a lot of times that happens way too often, because we'll walk away like, okay, or saying, oh, well, if you need to talk or whenever you're ready to talk, that's good too, because you might not be the one that they want to converse and give all this information to. So you just can only tell them, well, if you don't want to talk to me, talk to someone.
So giving them an option, giving us an option. And depending upon a scale, for example, let me put it this way. There are days that sometimes I just may not want to go to my office.
Yes.
Does that make sense? But if I start feeling like that 2 or 3 days back to back, I need to see my doctor. Or I need to call my girlfriend. I need to call Tracy. Girl, listen, something is going on.
Yes.
Right. You're there, and so we need to, I guess, be more. I'm hearing a term now, is that check in with ourselves. What does that mean, Tracy?
Specifically, I don't know, but I think it would be just self-explanatory. It depends on who's saying it. I think
I got you. Well, I told you we like girlfriends. Okay, now y'all part of our conversation, and I'm like, Tracy, girl, I need to check in with myself.
Check in with yourself. That's kind of, but I think more of the word we're using now, is self-care.
Self-care.
So check in with yourself, but have your self-care, because that means taking care of yourself. So that might be the same as checking into yourself.
Listen, we didn't know anything about no self-care back in the day, and let's really be honest, y'all. And so we're going to talk about the African American community and Black community. We're going to, what we know, what I know. We didn't know anything about no self-care, helping,
And you better go just sit down. Just go sit down somewhere. That's what they sit down somewhere. That's what that was.
Exactly. But that's why we had large cases of high blood pressure. large cases of obesity, because what were we doing is finding the comfort food. Exactly. Mama wasn't happy. Mama was eating herself to death, or drinking, just a list of things. And then if a situation did happen, such as an individual in the Black community, you find out that they actually did commit suicide, we're totally shocked.
Well, let me just clarify one thing. Now, they want, and they that created some of the normalcy of how to say things, commit is something like, meaning it's criminal. So wow. That's why now they're saying died by, suicide, things
really?
Like that. Yes.
So I just learned that in my education. So, and what I was referring to is that, okay, so, and I'll just, we've had this conversation. I had a cousin who, now you're saying, okay, so now the proper term would be is that she didn't commit suicide. She died.
She did. She died by suicide, because now, like I said, it's more. So just like I say for instance, depression. Okay, Sandy is not depressed. She suffers from depression. She suffers from bipolar disorder. She suffers from anxiety.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. First person language. Yes.
So this is where we need to, as a community, is where you're saying is to educate ourselves.
Yes. Yes.
To be knowledgeable of the right terms to use, the terms that are effective.
Yes.
And education is one of the ways. Yes. Would you say that we need this in our churches?
Absolutely. Because what we're finding out, although that's a part of some of the self-care, because we have that as probably a release, our spiritual self, our meditation, things like that. Okay. We need to be involved in that way, because what happens is again, the pastors, which are wonderful, they're doing the same thing we're doing. We're praying to God as well. Yes. So for us to become educated in the whole process of from your warning signs, your crisis times, your beginning stages, early intervention, what to do. They need to know, because they can know what they're then dealing with. It won't just be like, okay, just come in and you're trying to give them a conversation. It's like talking to a friend, and they leave there feeling okay for that moment, but go home still with the issue. But there's nothing wrong with medication. There's nothing wrong if you've been diagnosed
and that's what
with anything.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You can have prayer and medication.
There you go. Jesus, Lord, I believe in you. I believe in your healing power, and you're gonna work through this pill. And listen,
and you're gonna help me get off of them.
And you're gonna help me get off. I say that, like on diabetes medicine.
Yeah.
Wendy, I hope you in there in that audience and just cracking up with us, because we having a girls' conversation. Those of you that are tuning in, I am with mental health advocate Tracy Hakrambi, and as well as suicide prevention. Yes, we're having a dialogue, a conversation. One of the key points is that yes, our parishioners, our churches need to have some sort of classes, as well as your pastor, your leadership teams, of what signs and what things to look for is when it comes to mental health, building that into, say, in some sort of a class, of having ways that you can have time to get some mental relief from your everyday. And what I'm talking about is that you can have the everyday hustle and bustle. You're going to work, church, and home. Tracy, that was my life for so long. And I was frustrated internally. Does that make sense? And so when you, as an advocate, help us, because there's still, I believe that there are many women that are suffering. The Lord just revealed this to me recently. That there are many women that are in the body of Christ that are suffering silently. and it could be something, you know, she's got children, husband, career, she's got all of those things. The mask is on because that's where it's at. I had to, you know.
Yes. It's true. It's true because it's by default in a way too, because this is some kind of learned and enculturated behavior. We watch family mask and cover up.
Yeah.
So it just only until we learn to become free. Because like God said, He says you're free indeed.
When you're free indeed.
When you're free indeed.
When the Son sets you free, you be free
and so
indeed.
where the Spirit is, there's liberty. Either way.
Yes.
Where the Spirit is, there's liberty. So yes, we're all wearing masks at some point. And until we want to, like you say, self-check, go back to that word.
Yeah.
And look into ourselves to really get to the root of the matter.
Yeah.
We won't have to mask with alcohol or drugs or promiscuity, or the list can go on and on and on about the behaviors that we do tend to just keep to ourselves, because it's back to stigma and judgment.
It is.
It's back to the stigma, and it's back to how people judge.
And that's what I'm telling you, I was in prayer, and I just began to say, there's so much. The Lord began to reveal to me that there's women in the body of Christ that are still suffering. And because God had to deliver me from taking the mask off, I just had to learn how to say, Lord, and be happy with who God made me and created me to be, and become and grow into, because it didn't happen overnight. And so when I began to understand who Sandy is, and my way to glorify the Lord in my life, you know, to let the Lord be glorified in how I function. And so I realized that not only me, I said there has to be some other sisters out there. And so as you were saying is that God has set me free from the drugs, the alcohol, and all of that. And I cannot be ashamed of it anymore in the conversations. So again, enough about me and about you.
This conversation is with Sandy and just Sandy right now.
Hey, so Charles, thank you, Charles, for joining. Charles, let's see what Charles is saying. Charles says, I agree that masking truth does not heal pain. I'm gonna let you pick up on that conversation.
You know what, Charles is right, that masking truth does not heal pain. So this is why, listen, if anybody know me, and so, and that's just something to say, guys, I've never been on social media till all of this. So if you see my videos, cricket, and I don't know what to do with the mirror and all this, it's because I don't. I don't, you know, I was never on Facebook because I'm such a private person. So for me to have to come out and have to share this, do you know how I could have worn that mask? Because I wouldn't even wanted to tell anyone this truth about my life.
So do you recognize yourself now?
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah. You recognize who this person is, but like you said, before Noah's transition, who were you?
Before Noah's, I was busy. You know what I mean? Before his transition. Well, just whatever I do, Sandy, whatever. Doing what I do, you know. I mean, for as you know, just having your own life. Okay. You had things, you know, I was working, you know what I mean? I'm traveling. I'm just into the things, you know, you took some thought on other things, but you were just really, I've never been just self-absorbed because I've always been a giver by nature. Yeah. I'm just open to sharing resources. And I was wanting to be asking God philanthropically to be blessed, to be a blessing, right? So it's like I knew who I was, but it was just me understanding as I was growing into who I was becoming. Those are two different things. Yes. Knowing who you are and knowing who you are becoming. So like he said, all this stuff we're leaving behind, we're taking off things are falling off, you know what I mean? And as we age, we have different interests, you know. So you balance your life according to that. But the mask I could have still had on and not even be here with you sharing a story that to some seems to maybe that's horrific. You know, oh my God, that happened. But when you think about things are happening every day, all day to everyone, it doesn't have to be, you know, a suicide. It's a murder. It's a, you know, it's anything.
Yeah.
Just it doesn't. It's just a wide array of things that are happening to people every day. This is just something that has happened to me that I told God. I have to give you the glory in sharing this story, because if I don't, who will?
Who will? Right.
Who will? I said, I always got to be the lamb, Sandy. I don't know why I always got to be used for. I got to be used for everything. You know, what is this?
I love it. We are with mental health and suicide prevention advocate Tracy Hakrombi, and so you published Noah's book.
I did,
and as you said, you wrote the forwarding in the book.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, the dedication, the forwarding. Yes,
you know more about the book stuff than I do.
I love it. Here's one of the things that I love about. I was looking at the back, and you have to see. You have to get the book, by the way, and we're going to let you know how to purchase the book. But he has these elements. He says their divine bodies, which can never be destroyed, are born from the elements of fire, ice, storm, and earth. So we're going to kind of back up. So the characters in the book is Cassandra, Rain, Pyra, and Frost. They're four goddesses whose lives began at the creation of the universe. So imaginative. Oh my goodness.
And it's almost like the thing now and full in real time, like maybe that's what's happening right now, because they meditated at a pillar by day and night. They did nothing but that for as the book goes on. So they ruminate up there all the time until the opening. They were forbid to ever go down to earth, to our world. And so an opening came in where one went down. So it's just a story of events. And I love it because it is so much like how we are, and kind of almost like how Christ, you know, God had to become man to come down and all these things. So I was like, what was he thinking? You know what I mean? And writing, what was he really thinking? So it made for a good read. And I just threw the pictures with some of the drawings of the characters that it would have been. And it's just they have an adventure, because what happens when they come to Earth, they have all these powers. And so the humans are like, what is going on here? Because they're not, and they're just as afraid of each other.
Got it.
Because they don't know, you know, much about either or. And they start to get alliances because of different reasons. And it's super cool.
And so it's the Descendants of Goddesses. That's the name of the book.
The Descent of the Goddesses. And guess what? I had to name the book. And it came from just some of the information, because he didn't have, the book wasn't titled before he passed. He hadn't even he hadn't given me a name, nor, believe it or not, was it like completed. So how I hope to leave it is open-ended as the media goes. So maybe it could have just brought to fruition how it could have ended. It ends very nicely, how it just was wrote off. But there was no ending to the story. It would have probably not been this thin by the time he got through, I guess, you know.
Right. But I think it's a phenomenon. I'm definitely I haven't purchased the book yet, but that is on my list. We're going to definitely, let's talk about a little some statistics. I did want to look at according to this particular source, and this source here is on African American suicide. Again, we know of the story. This one here is getting help seen as weaknesses. That's how the author is, and it talks about the news is horrifying. The list seems to keep growing. I found this article February, and it's dated February the 2nd of this year, when they have the mayor of Hyattsville, mayor of Maryland, Kevin Ward, 44 years old, the former Miss USA and attorney Chelsea Chris, 30 years old, Walking Dead star Moses Mosley, 31, and Ion Alexander, 26 years old, the son of Regina King. And so that key part right there, getting help, rolls us into our next conversation of how important it is for one to seek mental health help. If they don't walk around in silence, they have to tell, we have to tell, and I don't want to exclude myself. If I feel like something is wrong, I need to get help.
You do.
We,
Yes, that's what we're calling, that's what the mental health first aid that I instruct is all about. Early intervention is the key in successful outcomes, because right away you can go ahead and know or share with someone, hey, I'm having this issue. You can let them know it's okay. You can find someone to talk to professionally. We don't diagnose. No one should be walking around diagnosing anyone. You know, I know we can go online and we think we can find what's wrong with us by Googling information, but it's get diagnosed so you can be treated. Yes, is we're walking around needing help and we don't know how to share information about the help. That's what the class teaches.
And I want you to, and an audience, what I'm going to do, Tracy, that's what I want you to do. I want you to talk to our audience now. I'm going to single your screen and talk to how important it is for about maybe 1 to 2 minutes, okay? About how important it is to get the help and what your class is all about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can go on now.
All right. Well, what I wanted to just share about mental health first aid is that it's necessary. It's just as necessary as basic first aid or CPR. The things that we train people for, you can be trained in mental health first aid. Mental health first aid will help you be the first responder to someone that's having a mental health issue or a mental health crisis. And a lot of times we don't know how to handle information that is given, whether it's someone that says to you something like, I'm thinking about killing myself. If you don't know how to respond to that, or if you don't know the channels to go through, it's good to have information and not need it than to need it and not have it. 988 just came out, the number to call, the suicide prevention line. There's so many different resources that are available to us. We can do that in confidentiality. You don't have to, share all your information, but if you wanted to get help, there are numerous resources which you can find on my website, as well as just by, again, Google, or just searching what you think that may be the cost, but your providers. It's okay to seek therapy. It's okay to do counseling. So this is what we need to start getting our minds wrapped around, that mental health is health. It's important to take care of our mind. Without our mind not being in a sound space, your body can't really respond as well, because mentally you can be exhausted, or we're carrying a lot of things internally. So we want to be able to exude everything into its proper places and assimilate stuff that's going on with us. It's okay to say, I'm tired. It's okay to say no to people that you've probably been saying yes so much that they've worn you down. It's okay to let them know, hey, I need a moment, or I need some help, or I need someone to help take the load off of me if you ever feel that it's too much for you in any case to bear. Mental health first aid will help in that regard. It is a 3-year certification, just like CPR, and basic first aid. So I'm just asking everyone corporately, in our community, individually, whoever wants to have the class or needs the class, they're available. There's a lot of resources available, as well as your providers that can, that you can seek help through professionally. But definitely seek help. Take care of yourselves. I've always said that.
Awesome. And that is true, to take care of ourselves. Someone in our audience, thank you so much for the comment. Tracy, Sherry says, looking good.
All right. Thank you.
And I love what Trina said. She said,
Mhm.
it is interesting, Sandy, that you mentioned how some are suffering in silence. I began writing a few pages of suffering in silence, and the rest will share a later time. It is a blessing, Tracy, to speak out and advocate on behalf of mental health and a stigma attached to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trina.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to share your website
Absolutely.
because we want you all to be a part of the movement. The movement is No to Suicide. And I want to share the screen because you all, it is phenomenal. The individuals that participated. Here is her website. It is Joy Inside Tears. And Get Involved is the piece. I want to say, yeah, this is it. You all look at this. Oh my goodness. Tell us the backdrop. Tell us the story behind this, Tracy.
Actually, I just wanted to do something for September, and it was Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And so I had friends and friends of friends. They got, I said, just get on some signs. I gave everyone the actual, my thought. I said, get the signs. I don't care where you are, who you get, So everybody was on a mission. My friend's yoga class, as you can see.
that.
Everyone was everywhere, just standing. Some of my friends, Marcia, her See You at the Top, her nonprofit, or some of her, she was having an event.
Yes.
There's so many people that came out, and every week, within that time frame, I did a segment. Every week ran different slides.
I see.
People.
Okay.
So that's how I came up with all the pictures. And that wasn't even all of them. Yes. So the Just Say No to Suicide campaign for Joy Inside Tears was just something to let people know. No. Yeah.
You all, if people want to, I noticed, yes, you have a virtual and an in-person community support group meetings.
Yes.
So how can someone reach out to you?
Well, definitely there's a contact page on my website. And also there's a number there that they can call. We want to make sure all the information is there. So anything that you want to know about Joy Inside Tears, how to get involved, all the information that you need, it is there for you to just call me. I'm always ready to help. This is my passion. Pain into purpose, pain into power. God has have to use me to do some amazing things for the kingdom and for this community and for this world, for sure.
Yes. And I'm loving it. So individuals, they can reach out, you all that would like to reach out to Tracy, go to her website. Again, the website, it is called joyinsidetears.com. joyinsidetears.com. Very informative. There are articles that Tracy has there. And one of the statistics, as you have, is that 4 out of 10 United States or US adults who need mental health care can't get it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That is true. Can't get it or can't afford it.
Can't afford it.
You can't afford it. So this is why it's important. Donate your donations, because my organization is a 501(c). So I'm not, benefiting from it. I just want to be able to get any kind of funds to help with the training. I want to help with the counseling, whatever you may need that you don't have. I want to be able to help provide this. So your donation does this.
Wow.
Your donation does this.
That is amazing. You all listen, this has been phenomenal. How can someone purchase the book?
The book is anywhere books are sold. Yeah. Anywhere books are sold. Barnes and Nobles, Amazon, Walmart. Let me see what I got on the Books A Million, because I got all this on this thing right here. Target. It was such a blessed thing that this book has been amazing, and I had some great experience publishing it, and some wonderful times in trying to just
and get it in the hands and get it in places to where you can almost find the book in any of these places, as well as if you all would like to get an autographed copy, we want you to reach out to our author tonight. She is the contributing author along with her son. And yes, we dedicate this segment to Noah.
Thank you.
Wings flying and all of that.
Well, yes. I mean, he's smiling right now. He's smiling. That smile was like just beautiful. Listen, just as beautiful as mine. How about that?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, y'all. He is handsome, just a handsome young man. And if you go to the website, you will you'll see how just how handsome he was. And we're just so thankful to have him and his mother to continue with his legacy and share. Tracy, this has been phenomenal. Thank you so much for coming on the show. There's some other things. I think that this will be a conversation, you all, that we will have a part 2, because it is much needed. We need to be able to not just wait one time a year to talk about suicide prevention. We want to help save lives. And that's what Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversations is all about, is impacting lives. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. As always, I do yield back and allow our guests to have their final, whatever is on their heart, to share their heart with us. Do continue to tune in. We will be back on Saturday with an amazing contributing author to the book called Are You Lit? That is Leaders Intentionally Trailblazing. And we will be with an amazing author. We've got the flyer and everything out. Coach Janine. She will be with us. She's originally from Nigeria, and just a phenomenal woman of God in Texas. And I tell you, you don't want to miss her conversation with me. But at this time, I'm going to yield back and ask you, my dear friend, to share your heart. Listen, everybody, thank you. Share this out. Those that are listening on the replay, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank everybody for tuning
show some love.
I was so nervous. Let me start by telling you all that first.
Exactly.
I want to thank you so much. Like I said, it was providence that you reached out to me and you found me. And I was so thankful and grateful that you wanted me to come on and share this. I just want to thank God for giving me the strength.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
So.
Well, I told you, I got your hand. I'm right there with you.
And
I praise God. Listen, you all, thank you always for tuning in for a special edition of Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. And as always, you guys know that I love you. God bless. Stay with me in the green room. And guys, we'll see you on Saturday.
Okay.
But I always ask this question, right? You have accomplished so much, and you've acting, comedian, you've been in movies, you've been in series, you won many awards, Grammy nominated, sir, right? So what is that next biggest thing for you?
The biggest thing for me right now is to just make sure that my family is left well if I leave them before we leave together. Generational wealth. But the main thing is my goal is to produce like, that's why I say Adam Sandler was one of my heroes. I want to put on some of the young comics that I've seen and some of my friends that need to get that moment. Mm-hmm. I wanted to get famous enough where I can call the shots, where I can, and produce a few movies where they can eat and make that bread. And everybody go, oh my God, like Kevin Hart, that's beautiful. He took his team. And them guys, and I was listening on the radio. They got the radio, Sirius Radio. And one dude said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. And I was just like, man, I was highly impressed. Because I'm thinking to myself, this dude ain't that famous. I don't even know him unless it's because of Kevin Hart. And no strike against him. It's just the point of he said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. That's powerful. Yeah. So he done set his buddies up to the point where they can live the life that they think that they want to live. And I think that's gracious. And I just want to, I got a few friends that I'm going to put them there to get that life. Whatever they do with it, But it's like, man, we got to get it. We that's going to make, I'm going to make magic. I'm 53. I got about 12 more years, and I gotta go preach the word for the rest of my life. And I don't care if I just save one soul. I'm going to be a preacher. Wow. Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm going to preach. I'm going to be 65, and I'm walking in the church. I'm walking right away from this, and I'm going right into theology, whatever. I'm gonna read my first sermon. I'm gonna have me a little church. I'm gonna pay for it, and I'm gonna save one soul. If I just save one, that's all I want to do. One soul to heaven. If I could do anything else.
Thank you so much, CTR Media Network, Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a part of CTR Media Network, and I don't take it for granted. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for all that you do. God bless you.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 Let's talk about it.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody today? I am so excited. We're going to be talking about trucking, the trucking industry. But we're also going to be talking about Michael Nems, my guest, as a father as well, because that's an important topic. So I'm going to pull him up, and then I'm going to share his bio while he's here. Hi, Michael. How you doing?
How are you? How you doing?
I'm great. It's so good to see you. And I'm going to share with our audience a little bit about Michael.
Awesome. I appreciate you having me.
Well, thank you. Michael J. Nems. He is the CEO, owner of Keep Trucking Transportation. He is a father and Howard University graduate who offers trucking and logistics services. Mike offers mentorships and teaches his mentees how to start a successful trucking business and scale their trucking fleet by increasing the trucks and trailers. Mike teaches how to invest properly in the trucking industry with a hands-on approach. After working with Michael, clients learn how to stay in business while pivoting through decreased rates and increased fuel prices. His clients have been offered contracts with direct customers, consistent freight, dedicated lanes, and trailer options. Mike has incorporated transportation management systems to increase productivity and revenue. Michael and his team are known for building strong relationships with business owners and customers to provide quality service and on-time deliveries. In closing, his favorite motto is, "We find a solution for a problem before it exists." Well, that is awesome. So you have this foresight of what could happen and make sure that you address it before it happens. That is awesome.
Absolutely.
And we've got a couple comments from our listening audience. Hello, and I'm sure that's Dr. Tina. Hi, how are you? So glad you're listening here today. And then she says, "Keep trucking." We're gonna keep trucking. And I am going to shut my mouth and I'm going to give you the floor and let you share a little bit more about your business, your industry, your philosophy, and how you see things. And we're going to be also talking about the fact that you are a father. But let's talk about the trucking industry first.
Awesome. Well, again, I'm Mike Nems, CEO of Keep Trucking Transportation. I'm a father first and foremost, above all. A Howard University graduate who specializes in really leasing on owners as well as owner operators. We focus so much of our energy on that aspect because it's needed in this industry. It just creates an easier path to become successful in this industry once you align yourself with a great company like ours, Keep Trucking Transportation, so that we can mentor you as well as provide opportunities to help you scale in this industry.
That is awesome. And how long have you been in the business?
Going on 9 years.
Going on 9 years. And let me ask you, what made you decide that this was the industry that you wanted to be in?
Because it has multiple streams of income under one umbrella. Most businesses that I've owned, and I think I've had about maybe 7 by now, they're always just one way to earn income. And then when trucking came around, I was like, there's so many different opportunities, so many different lanes, so many different streams of revenue that we could create with just one business. And so it's been a journey. It's been a 9-year journey. We pivoted multiple times within our journey, which is great because now it allows us to have that type of experience and not just in one aspect of trucking, but various aspects of trucking.
And you said that there are like 9 streams of income
yes.
through the trucking industry?
I mean, at least 9 that we tapped into.
Well, oh my goodness. Let's talk about those streams of income.
Actually, we buy trailers and we rent and sell trailers. So the rental aspect of trailers, I kind of equate that to like real estate. So, you know, you buy the trailers low and then you rent them out for about $1,200 or $1,400 a month. And then of course we buy trucks and then we sell them. We put drivers in our trucks. We lease on owners and owner operators and show them how to scale properly. We offer mentorship program, consultations, dispatch training, right? We hire dispatchers. So it's just a lot of different things that we do. And most recently, we just created another stream of income by having rooftop mixers and allowing people to get proper funding so that they can, you know, purchase the proper equipment. And so it's just a lot of things that we do. We teach people how to buy trucks and trailers, of course, and we do it for them. We hire drivers. So it's just so many different things that we've been able to pretty much tap into.
Oh my goodness. So you actually help with funding to
Right.
help. Oh
Right.
my goodness.
Provide funding on our rooftop mixers that we've been putting on. We have another one, I think March 4th of 2023.
Okay.
We partner with another company who actually provides funding, and so we just kind of put two and two together and provide that funding at these multiple events that we're putting on.
Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing. So what type of person would best fit the trucking industry? What would be some of the, well, wait, we got some audience participation. Let's see here. Okay. Hello, everybody. That's cool, gamer. And then EDU Station says hello.
Hey, how you doing?
And She Trucking. She says, keep trucking.
Keep
The
trucking.
best in the biz.
I appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody joining in.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So the question was, what type of personality would best fit this type of industry?
In trucking, you definitely have to have a thick skin. It's something that is forever changing. So no day is the same. It's always something. It's always something evolving. You have to be able to endure some of the hard times. And like I say, you know, in 9 years we pivoted so much that to the point where we learned how to pivot before we were forced to pivot. So you just got to be constantly thinking, the willingness to grow and learn and do things different. You know, get outside your comfort zone. This is not an industry where you're going to do the same thing every day. So you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you have to embrace those challenges.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a different type of business. Again, out of all the other businesses that I've had, this is the most intriguing. It's the most intricate. It's probably the most difficult, and that's why we focus so much on our mentorship program, because we understand that with the mentor, it's pretty much it's a lot easier for you to be successful in this industry. And you're gonna need that guidance. You're definitely gonna need that mentorship if you're thinking about getting into this industry.
So you said being thick-skinned.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of a time when that held so true?
Let's see. I had at this time I think I had maybe 5 or 6 semis that I owned, and 3 of the trucks, they actually had breakdowns like almost at the same time. I mean, it was just back to back. And I think with that, it just kind of teaches you just to not stress, right? Just to kind of, like my mom always say, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You just gotta, you know, it's like triage. You gotta figure out what's the most important and work on that, and just kind of, you know, figure your way out through the day. But sometimes that trucking is challenging. It's really challenging. It is. And I think because when I first started, I didn't have a mentor. You know, I didn't know how big the industry was. I didn't know how many challenges that I would face. And I didn't have a mentor. And so that's why we preach so much about the mentorship, because a lot of these struggles, you can pretty much circumvent them if you have someone who's constantly teaching you, right? Who's constantly holding your hand and walking you through the process. And so now, you know, of course, we embrace the process. No matter what happens, every day we know we're going to get through it. Because we've, you know, it's one thing to own 1 or 2 trucks, but it's another thing to lease on. And for the last 9 years, we've touched well over 150 trucks that we've either dispatched that was leased on, if I own the trucks, or if we just dispatched under someone else's MC and DOT and manage their fleet. So it makes it a little easier because we've touched so many trucks, we've dealt with so many issues. So it's kind of easy for us to come up with a solution before the problem even exists. And we really live by that. That's how you sustain. That's how you sustain in this industry. You have to be constantly thinking. What's the fastest way to get this repair fixed? What's the least costly way to get this repair fixed? And how do we continue to get this load drop so we can get to the next load, right? And it's just a constant battle with that. But again, the more trucks that you actually worked and touched, the easier this industry becomes. Hence, again, you're gonna hear me say the word mentorship 1,000 times, because that's probably the most important piece of trucking, other than creating streams of funding for people to actually purchase their equipment.
Yes. And one of our guests, she says, love Keep Trucking. Rooftop mixer. We're going to be talking about that. We mentioned it, but we're going to be talking more about that in a minute. Now, we also have funding. All businesses could us funding.
Yeah, they could use funding. Yeah.
Oh, tell us about that.
Well, and again, I always like to use my own experiences to grow from, right? I'm really big on that. I like to educate based on my experiences, not something that I've heard or even that I learned. I like to go through it and then teach it. And when I first started, I had another business, a collection firm, a medical firm, and I was able to take that seed money to buy my first truck, and then my second and fourth, all the way to my 12th. But that's not really the right way to go about it. And if I could do it all over again, I would keep my seed money and I would use somebody else's money to get funding and get that equipment. And so that's why I teach from that perspective of, okay, well, let's, one of the hardest parts in trucking is to get funding. If you're a new company, banks don't want to fund you. You don't have the experience. Trucking is a tricky industry. So it's a risky business. It's a risky loan for these banks. So once we were able to figure out the number one reason why these drivers who've been driving for 8, 9, 10 years, and I always ask them when I hire them, I say, well, what are your expectations? What do you want to, where do you want to be a year or two from now? And then the other question I always ask is, why haven't you purchased a truck? The roads inside out. You know how to run the truck. You know how to do your pre-trips, but why haven't you purchased a truck? And the most common answer is that they just didn't have funding, or they just didn't know the business side of trucking. So as Keep Trucking Transportation, we said, well, listen, we gotta create some changes. We have to be innovative. We have to figure out where's the disconnect between a driver and an owner operator. It's a huge difference. The pay is different. The freedom is different, right? So we want to be able to create not just more revenue for drivers. We want to put them in position to become an owner operator, and then they can spend some more time at home with their family. They don't have to be on the road 14 days on, 2-3 days off. They can spend maybe half that time because now they own that truck, right?
Right.
That's kind of, and I know I'm going off on a tangent because
okay.
Because it's bigger than just a load. It's bigger than just the money, right? And that's good in this trucking. We all want to make some good money, but it's what you can do. Is how you can impact people on a level that's like far greater than just making a couple dollars. And that Keep Trucking Transportation, the number one thing we want our drivers to do is to become owner operators. We don't want them to be stagnant. And I understand owning the business isn't for everyone, but for the ones that do want to take that step, take that leap of faith, we want to make sure that we're able to provide that for them.
And a question. What is an owner op?
So an owner operator is a driver who actually owns their truck, their tractor and trailer, or just tractor, and then they drive for themselves. And I'm sorry, I keep thinking that we're on a trucking podcast. So yeah, there's probably people like, what's an owner op? Well, that's an owner op. You own the equipment and you drive for yourself. You pretty much work for yourself.
Okay, and of course, OPM is other people money.
People money. So that's the name of the game. Of course, us young Black African Americans, we always were taught differently. We didn't, at least I'm 42, so growing up when I was younger, we didn't know about credit. They don't teach it in school, right? And so you don't know about using bank money to fund your business, to start your business, to keep it afloat, to scale. And so now that we do know, there's no excuse.
Yes.
We're given that information. We're doing dispatch training classes, and we're not just teaching how to dispatch the load, which is to find the freight for the loads. We're teaching the things that go along with actually owning a business, on top of finding the freight and soliciting your carriers, the people who actually pick up the freight, the drivers, right? We want to teach the other side of trucking as well, so that people can start to couple the two and become a little bit more successful in this industry.
One point I want to make, financial literacy, it is taught in white schools.
Right.
It's not taught in our schools. So they have a jump start because they've learned this stuff early on. And so for you to be cognizant of that and wanting to make young people aware of what it means to be credit worthy in order to, in fact, be able to purchase your own fleet, starting with one truck and then moving on to many trucks. I mean, that is awesome. That is awesome. So what age would you suggest is the best age to get into the trucking industry?
Oh, what age? I have some, so we do consultations, and I've had as young as 18 purchase a consultation. I think that, so my brother, he's a doctor of education, Dr. Sean Nels, and we were just spending our Thanksgiving holiday together. And one of the things that we were speaking on was trying to implement trucking in high school. I think it's an important trade to have to start. I've never heard of it, so hopefully that will be one of the first to implement it. We're gonna go back and forth. We're gonna use his platform since he's a superintendent of schools back in Rochester, New York.
Yes.
Professor at Rochester University. We want to use that platform to push the education of trucking in high school.
Yes.
I think 18 is a good age to learn business. It's a good age to learn how to invest in yourself. Start young, and with the North, there's so much more. They're so much more advanced than we were when we were 18. They have resources right in the palm of their smartphones. So I think it's important that we start to educate them young.
Yes, I want to acknowledge Jacqueline Cox. Thank you so much for listening. Hi, she says, hi, Ms. Vera, I'm tuned in. Thank you. I appreciate you being tuned in. And She Trucking, she says 21 years old can drive out of state.
Yep.
18-year-olds in state.
Absolutely.
Glad you're here, She's Trucking. You're helping me.
Yep.
Okay, so, but I think the idea, the concept of introducing this as a career option in high school is awesome.
Yep.
And piggybacking off of that with career development and looking at the Holland Code, which for truck drivers is, I'm sure, is realistic, social, possibly, enterprising, definitely, to better understand how you tie in and your personality ties in with the trucking industry. I think that's awesome. We have some other guests here. 2 questions. What are the numbers for the average of Black versus white? And what is the percentage of Black women drivers?
Okay, so I know African Americans, we make up anywhere from 18 to 20% of the trucking industry. I know that number's changed quite some time. At one, it was 17%. So it's a small percentage. And I don't know the percentage of Black women drivers in trucking. But I was talking to Sheree a while back, and she was telling me a story when she remembered, walking into companies and she would be the only Black female driver. And then we went to visit a trucking facility, a truck terminal, and there are more now, but it's still not. The balance just isn't there. I think at that particular terminal there was like maybe 4 or 5 at that terminal, and so I think that's something that we need to work on. I love to see the women in trucking, even on social media. They're doing some amazing things, and I always say, and I know the guys always bash me for saying it, but women outwork men any day of the week, hands down. And I think it's important that we push more for gender equality in trucking.
That's amazing, and we'll probably have Sheree come on and talk about it from a woman's perspective, because I know and it is amazing. I remember I was on the road and this lady, this truck driver, little lady, and she's in this huge truck that's carrying all these vehicles. The one that has all the, she was little.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness, I would have never thought someone so small would be a trucker.
Absolutely. Well, Sheree, I spent some time with her as well. She's tiny herself. I mean, but she's so powerful. When she walks in the room, she demands that attention. And again, I think it's just important that we push more for gender equality in this industry.
That's amazing. And I have a couple of commercials, so I'm going to run those right quick, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
I am so proud to be a part of the CTR network of podcasters. And if anyone listening is interested in being a sponsor of my show, let me know. Please let me know. We're all a part of this together, but I need sponsors as well. So if anyone's interested, please, by all means, check me out on my Facebook page, The Vera Thomas Show. And I do have one other commercial I want to play regarding CTR and podcasts.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Ms. Mac, $1 million maker, Ms. Mac Marketing. 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 Ms. Mac, $1 million maker, Ms. Mac Marketing.
Make your dreams become reality today with Ms. Mac Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Now we have a couple more comments regarding the women in the industry. And She Trucking says that 10% of women are in the industry. And 3%, I'm gathering 3% of those 10% are Black women, which means we need more Black women as truckers, right?
Right.
And then she also says, great interview. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be a great interview without the interviewee, not her, but E. Okay, don't mind me. Okay. And then Marlo, she asks, how much does the average truck cost? She says, my cousin loves it, and she says she doesn't have to worry about money. Okay.
Right. Semis. I'm thinking that she's talking about semi trucks. It could be box trucks. There's a huge difference in what you would average, but a semi is going to average anywhere from 7,000 to 9,000 a week, depending on how they run. And of course, you double that if you have like a team driving your semi truck. It also depends if you're going to run, if you're going to be over the road, which means you're going to go state to state, or if you're just going to stay local, just in that one state. So it just depends on how you run that truck. If you have a power only truck, which means you have a tractor with no trailer, you're going to make a lot less than you would if you had a truck with an actual trailer attached. And that trailer can differ as well. You can have a flatbed, you can have an enclosed trailer, a dry van trailer, which is you carry any type of dry goods, furniture, and just dry canned goods, or anything that's not perishable. And then you can do a reefer trailer, which is a refrigerated trailer, and you're transporting food, ice cream, steaks. And so those rates are going to change depending on what type of trailer that you use.
Okay, and then one of the other questions: what is the average cost of a truck?
So a brand new, let's say Freightliner 2023, you're speaking about maybe like 130, 140,000. A used, maybe a 2015 Freightliner Cascadia, dual bunk, you'll probably pay anywhere from about 45 to 50,000. And then again, that depends on the miles as well.
Okay, and you help finance, or you help find financing for truck drivers who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs, owning their own trucking industry company.
Right, and we are correct, and we also help find the actual truck. Just depending on on how much they want to invest. And there's a lot of people are always DMing us. They'll always DM us on Instagram or hit us on our webpage and just want us to help them sell their equipment as well. So, we have a lot of different ways to help people find trucks.
That is amazing. That's amazing. So, and now I know that you are a father. And earlier, before we came on, I was sharing with you the poem that I had written for fathers. And I think I want to share it. And then I want you to tell us how it resonates with you as a father.
I'm already smiling.
Father, provider, protector, role model for a son, the image of the man that will be the husband of your daughter when that time comes. What's best for your children should be concern number one, regardless of any obstacle a father must overcome. Sometimes the injustices of our society towards many of our fathers can make it hard to stand. But you gotta stand and be a man and a father to your children in every way you possibly can. Demonstrate their worth through you by the words that you say and the things that you do. Don't ever put your children down or call them out of their name. They may become whatever that you claim. Lift them up to higher ground. Let their inner beauty be seen, be found. Show them and tell them how special they are. Be the light. Be the light. Be the light to take them far. Show them and tell them how much you really care, and let them know no matter what, you will always, in all ways, be there. Pray that our fathers will be guided by the light to lead their children in the ways that are right. And I know you have a daughter. She's 11 years old. And I met her, and I would like her to come back if she can. But let me have you tell us how that poem resonates with you.
It's how I live my life, right? I always tell people, even in business, I always tell people you have to find that one thing that motivates you, that one thing that keeps you going. And it's unfortunate, it's unfortunate that a lot of us Black men, African American men, did not grow up with their father. And so it's important that I pour every ounce of me into my child, from education to exposing her to different countries like Paris and Jamaica, and just things that she's been able to see that was not even imaginable when I was her age, right? And so it's that this is my world. Like I always talk about, my Instagram page is Maddie Daddy Time. Everything that I do is because of her. And I don't just speak it, I live it. I walk it every day. You know, I tease my daughter every time I drop her off to school, and I always say, Madison, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, and learn what you can. I've been saying that her entire life. It's important that she knows how beautiful and intelligent she is, and everybody around her knows it as well. And the way you treat your child in front of people is how they're going to treat them. The way is how they're going to respect them. And it's important that we let the world know that we're here, that we're supportive, that I mean, I haven't missed anything. I won't miss anything, a birthday, an event, no matter what it is, no matter where I am, I'm cutting it short to make sure that she knows what's important. And everybody around me, they know what's important. It's more important than anything. And I use that word so much because it's hard to explain and express that feeling, but you know, I've been through a lot in my life, but I find that solace when I'm with her. Like, I know that no matter what I'm going through, no matter how difficult my day is, the moment she walks out that school and give me that big smile, nothing even matters.
Wow.
Just, you know, she's just a really amazing child. She's a very, very intelligent child. She's extremely gifted with that. And I see a lot of what I wish I could have been when I was her age. And she's just so focused and driven. And most people just don't believe she's only 11. Just how she speaks and how she carries herself. It's easy to be her dad. Like, I tell her this all the time. It's easy. Like, you know, it's easy to be her dad. She's under the weather right now. But you just can't tell because her spirit is always high. And she's always laughing, and she's silly like me. So you couldn't even tell that she has a little bit of pneumonia right now.
Wow. No, I couldn't tell when she came on before the show started. And the thing is, she is the way she is because of you, you know, and you being there and showing her and telling her every day.
Right.
Every day. People don't understand how important that is. And you made a point about how you treat her in public is how other people will treat her.
Absolutely.
Parents, do you hear that?
Absolutely.
When I see kids, and I remember saying to a parent, seeing a little girl, oh, she's so cute. And the first thing that came out of the parent's mouth was, well, she's so bad.
Right. Right.
Why not compliment the fact that I said she was cute?
Right. Right.
You know, and so the fact that you are, and one of the things, because I work with parents and their children, and one of the things I talk about are the various parental styles. And the style that you are showing is the authoritative parent, where you're supportive and encouraging, and you're there for her. You see her areas of strengths and her gifts, and you're leading her to it. You've exposed her to the world. That is amazing. That's awesome. That's awesome. And see, so many times parents are so caught up in themselves and consumed by what's going on with them that their children are either fending for themselves or have no direction, no guidance, no discipline, either because a parent is trying to be their child's best friend,
right,
and not parenting. So what are some of the things that you might share with parents that you're doing that you see is impacting on your daughter's life? And I know we didn't plan this question.
I think just being present, right? Like having that. I know. I remember, like, my dad. He passed away when I was younger. Actually, I was about Madison's age when he passed. And sometimes I think back and I say, my dad would. And most parents, they speak to their child, right? They speak at their child. They don't speak with their child. They don't really interact with their child. If she wants to stop and play Uno, we gonna play Uno, right? It's just the time being spent. You know, there's a thin line between being a friend and a parent. I get it, but I like to straddle that fence. I like to let her know that we can have fun, we can laugh, and then when it's time to get serious and get those books and read those books and get those grades, I challenge her. You know, 96s or higher. I don't want 95s in my house. I want you to push yourself as far as you can push yourself, and then push yourself even further. I always want her to give her best. And I think that really is important when I'm putting down that father figure, laying down the law. But at the same time, we're gonna have fun doing it. Read so many books, I've lost count. But it's important that you teach your child. It's important that you show them too, right? You got to be present. And
yes.
I always tell people, like, I don't see how parents don't want to be in their child's life. It's
I know.
the thing I want to do.
I know. I don't. And you know, fathers get a bad rap. But one thing I've noticed in Atlanta, and first, Marlo, thank you for being here as well. And she says, love that poetry, Vera. Our fathers are so beautiful and sometimes get bad vibes, which is exactly what I was just getting ready to say. And little girls especially need their dads so much so. And one of the things that I noticed when I first came to Atlanta was how engaged fathers are here in Atlanta with their children. You don't see that everywhere.
Yeah.
You don't see it everywhere. And to know that there are so many dads out here, dads get a bad rap.
Right.
There are a lot of concerned, caring fathers that want to be with their children. And oftentimes mothers have a tendency to hold it back and to thwart that relationship without recognizing how important that relationship is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so-
I'm blessed to be able to have. I mean, her mom's amazing. We both went to Howard together. That's where we met. We're together for a very long time. So we raised her together, and we co-parent now. But we do a great job at it. And it's important that she see how her dad and how her mom and I interact.
Absolutely.
And so it's just we just try to do the right thing. We just try to make sure that we put her first in every aspect of our life, and it works.
Absolutely. And that's a valid point. You are co-parenting right now. And I know we're supposed to be talking about trucking, but this is important. This is important.
Okay.
And she's there. Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I want to ask you, I'm glad you came on. I want to ask you, what is it that you value most about your dad?
About you.
Yeah.
He's paying a lot of money for me to go to a good school that pushes me. Yeah.
Yeah. You like Woodward Academy?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They push you?
I get pushed a lot.
Yeah.
My classes are really hard, and something the teachers told us is that no one has ever gotten all 100s. So it's good to know that there's opportunities for everyone to get pushed there, and there's a lot of extracurricular programs that I think are cool.
Okay.
Okay. And I know your dad spends a lot of time with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you value that. Is that important to you that he does?
It's very important to me.
Yeah.
I have no siblings, so I get lonely, and I need someone to talk to.
Yeah. So we hang out.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Well, listen, I know you're a little under the weather, but I appreciate you coming on to share with us your relationship with your dad, because it's so important. And much success to you in school. And I do hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. And she trucking, she said, hi, Maddie. And then she calls her Maddie Cake. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for having her come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to trucking. But I did not. It is so important that fathers recognize how important their relationship is with both males and females, but particularly with their daughters. Right. I can't tell you, as I have mentioned to you earlier, one of the things that I have done as I'm pursuing my dreams and stuff is driving Uber and Lyft and picking up young girls at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Right. And one of my questions is, what type of relationship do you have with your dad? And almost, I would say 9 out of 10 will say they don't.
Right.
And therefore, they're looking for love in all the wrong places. So parents, fathers, Be engaged in your daughter's life. It is so important, so important. Okay, back to trucking, because I could go on and on about this topic. But let's talk about this event that's coming up in March.
Awesome. So March 4th, Rooftop Mixer. It's going to be from 6 to 11. Tickets are on sale as we speak, early bird tickets. And of course, the price will go up once the early bird tickets sell out. The event is different, right? It's something that we haven't had in trucking. We're able to actually fund over $1.2 million on a rooftop for those who are seeking commercial funding. That they want to get into the industry. We're able to bring a lot of people out, a lot of people who are very knowledgeable and successful in the trucking industry, different walks within the trucking industry. People who own dump trucks to box trucks to semi trucks, drivers, investors. There's so many different people on that rooftop. And I tell people all the time, you have to get in the rooms. You have to network. The old cliche, your network equals your network. There's no way that you can be successful in this industry if you don't have resources. If you don't know how to network properly, to put the right people in your corner. There's mentors. There's so much that we were able to give away on that rooftop. And a lot of people who came said they want to do it again. And there's a lot of people that missed it, that just missed that opportunity. The tickets will sell fast. They're probably going to sell faster this time than the last time, because people really realize the importance of being at that event March 4th. I encourage you, if you're on this live and you're listening, or you get a chance to watch it later, make sure you go and purchase your tickets. You can purchase them on the web at keeptruckingtransportation.com. It's actually scrolling on the banner down there. It's keeptruckingtransportation.com. Purchase your tickets. If you can't make it, purchase a ticket for a friend. But it's definitely an event that you want to get in. If you're in the trucking industry, you got 20 trucks, you want to scale to get to 30, this is the room you need to be in. If you're thinking about getting into the trucking industry and you just don't know how to quite start, this is the industry. This is the event that you need to make sure you purchase your tickets for.
Okay, and I'm typing it in my in the chat so that people will see it. So it's Rooftop Mixer, March 4th. What time does it start?
6 p.m.
Okay, from 6 to when?
To 11.
Okay. And it's a must attend, and keeptruckingtransportation.com for tickets.
Absolutely. So early bird ticket sales are on right now. So definitely gonna get those tickets.
Okay. I got it. Okay. We got it going there. All right. I'm going to put it on here so people can see it. Yep. No errors. Okay. You got to come to this. If you're even thinking about possibly becoming a truck driver, just a truck driver, and I shouldn't say just, because truck drivers make good money. If you're thinking about being a truck driver, you want to attend this event. You may find that not only do you want to be a truck driver, you might want to be the truck owner.
Absolutely.
And there are resources available to you to help you do that, to help make your dreams come true. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. So tell me more about your dreams in terms of where do you see your company going from this point on?
Well, I visited a truck terminal for the first time maybe about a month ago, and I think it just kind of made me realize that there's another level. There's another level that I want to accomplish at some point, and that's what we're pushing towards. Just aligning ourselves with the right people, creating the right resources around us, so that when we do get to that level and we do start to purchase more equipment, purchase a truck terminal, which is the facility where drivers can come. Park their trucks. Of course, we run all the dispatch and all the freight to find the freight out of that one location. I think truck terminal is a position that I wouldn't mind tapping into, and just really growing our lease on a portion of our trucking company. I really love to lease people on, because I get to see the progress that they make. Some people lease on with one truck, and then next thing you know, they got 2 trucks and a couple trailers. We're able to teach them how to, again, buy trailers, rent trailers out. It's just a mentorship aspect of leasing people on. So if you're on this live and you already have a truck, and you're looking for a home, you're looking for someone, so a place that you can actually lease your equipment on, run under our MCDOT, make sure that you contact us on the web, keeptruckingtransportation.com. Is what we do best. It's what we do most, is lease people on. And like every day the phone's ringing, and we're just vetting the right people. So if you think that's you, make sure that you tap in, and that you continue to follow us on Instagram and contact us on the web and see what we got to offer for you.
Yes, and you do have an ebook, right?
Yes, absolutely. She's pouring it out. So yeah.
Yes, she is.
How started trucking, in the trucking business ebook. You can also purchase that on the web as well. You can purchase your mentorship on the web, consultations on the web. It's very important that you at least sign up for a consultation if you're even thinking about getting into the industry, so that we can make sure that it's a good fit for you. And you ask a lot of questions. We're going to have every answer that you need, and we can actually direct you in the right path to be successful in this industry. We also have a dispatch training class coming up right here in Atlanta, Georgia, December 10th, as well as December 11th. It's a 2-day class. Purchase those tickets before those seats sell out. It is virtual and it as well as live. So if you're in Atlanta, Georgia area, you want to travel, I know there's a few people traveling from South Georgia, from Texas, that's coming down to take this class. And if you can't make the travel, that's fine. We're still going to have it live and virtual for you to attend that class. So dispatch training is one of the easiest ways to get into the trucking industry. It's the less expensive way to get into the trucking industry. I think the two best ways is to get your CDL and or become a dispatcher. And we'll talk more in detail about that once you take the class and show you how to get carriers and how to. That's how we started. We had some box trucks. We started dispatching, and then we were able to grow from there and establish a pretty dominant trucking company in this industry.
Well, that is so awesome. You are doing some awesome things. One of the questions I do want to ask you, do you have an assessment tool that you use to help people that think they might want to come into the industry better confirm that this is a good fit for them?
Well, what I do, it's not even a tool. During that consultation, the first thing I ask about is like your reason. What is your why? Because in this industry, you have to have a why. It is so difficult, so you have to have a why. And then we tap into finances, because I understand that a lot of times these breakdowns are costly, and it's important that you have upwards of now $20,000 to $30,000 to the side for payroll, for breakdowns, for repairs, for insurance, right? And so we always like to go over those things first. And then I always ask, well, what are your expectations? Because, this is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not a side hustle. This is not a part-time job that you can just kind of tap into when you want. You have to be all in with this trucking. So just through my experiences and things I've been through and all the other consultations that I've done with other people, the people who've leased on, I've been able to watch the struggles, and some successful and some not. I kind of put all that together, and then that's what we use to kind of gauge if we think it's going to work for someone. But you're the only judge if you're going to be able to be successful in this industry. If this is something for you after that consultation, because I'm going to give you all the pros as well as the cons, because I want you to know what you're getting yourself into.
Okay. Are there schools who offer free CDL?
Right. So there are schools that can offer free CDLs. Like I believe Swift is one of them. We can actually go to school. You can get your CDL for free, and that's why we're big promoters of getting your CDL. It's a viable asset to have your CDL. You can tap into a truck and make some good money at any point in time if you have a good CDL with a clean MVR. And yes, there are schools that you can go to the school, and then of course you're gonna be dedicated to that company for some time after you graduate that school, to pay it back, so to say. And then, then you can go ahead and you can start working for larger companies or smaller companies. Yeah.
Yes. There.
Yep, there you go. Yep, there are schools. So, yep, absolutely. And again, I always talk about the CDL. It's important to have your CDL, and it's important to learn the business side of trucking as well. And if you couple those two things together, then you'll start to create different pockets of funds for yourself in this industry. But having a CDL is key.
It's number one, isn't it? I mean, you can't be a driver without a CDL, right?
Have your Class A CDL if you're going to drive a truck that's 26,001 pounds. So, or more. So you have to, you know, you're going to need a Class B CDL if you're driving a box truck that's over 26,001 pounds. Then you're going to have a Class A CDL to drive a semi truck, the tractors with the trailers attached.
Okay, now this Joey F. Kennedy, is that a school or?
It looks like his last name. I'm not sure what he texted that for. I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't know either. But anyway, all right. Well, you know, I think that what you're doing and the trainings that you're offering, the mentorships that you're offering, the resources that you're offering, the mixers, you're doing so much. You're doing so much. It is amazing. Okay, she says, no, it's my brother, and I'm trying to get him to see this.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome. And he can watch the replay because he needs to watch this.
You can watch
Awesome. Have him connect, go to the website, and the phone number is here as well. You see everything. Screenshot this.
Also, my IG at Maddie Daddy Time, MADDY.
Okay, let me put that on here. IG. Okay, what is it?
It's Maddie Daddy Time, MADDY.
Okay, at Maddie Daddy Time.
Yep.
Maddie Daddy Time.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Is this right? Do I have it right? Is that it? Okay. So hit him up on IG or his website. But yes, we want to get as many young people involved because let's face it, a lot of kids do not want to go to college.
Right.
And so this is a viable career.
Yeah.
And like you said, with so many different facets to it, so many pockets.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to make money and have freedom.
Have freedom. A big thing that we teach is to get your time back. And, you know, Madison, all the time, I'm on the phone and work. She's like, Dad, and I put the phone down because I understand that I've created a lifestyle to where I can work from anywhere. I was just flying back from Buffalo on Monday, and I was on my phone, and I was just able to work from the plane, you know. And it, you know, again, it's I love this industry. I love the dispatching side of it because with dispatching, you can actually work from anywhere. The dispatcher is the one who actually finds the freight for the carriers, the drivers, and communicate back and forth with the brokers, right? Who essentially is responsible for getting those loads out for the customer. So, and so it's important that we've been able to create streams of income directly from our smartphone. If we're out the country, if we're on the boat, doesn't matter. We're making money from our cell phone, and I think that's something that's major. It's not, we weren't able to do it when we were younger, right? I didn't have cell phones out when I was younger, so so be able to take advantage of different social media platforms and podcasts. I'd never heard of a podcast when I was younger, so I'm assuming this is a new, right? But we're able to more importantly disseminate information from our phones, from a podcast.
Yes. Well, Joey just came on and he says, my company is Ties and Fly Logistics. So he might want to connect with you and look at how you guys can pool your resources and your expertise to help more people. Awesome. And he says, generational wealth is my goal. You need to come on my show, Joey. You need to come on so that we can talk about this.
Joey, make sure you tap in and hit me on IG, and my phone number is down there as well. So you can always text me tomorrow, and we can kind of chop it up and see what we can do to help each other continue to grow in this industry.
That is so. See how things work. That is awesome. That is awesome. Well, you know, this has just been a joy to have you on, and I am going to allow you to just kind of share. And I do want to say to my listening audience, please support my show. And you can support by, let me pull it up here. Please support my show. I would like for you to, you can support through Cash App, $ Instill Greatness, Zelle, or PayPal, Instilling Greatness 1117 @gmail. I don't usually push this, but I know I need to. If you like what you see, then help support this show and help it grow and become all that it can be. And I also want you to like, share, comment, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, to my Facebook channel, and follow me on Instagram, Vera.Thomas Instilling Greatness. Come on, let's continue to work together here and make this a great thing for everybody. And so okay, we got another comment here. Okay, Joey, he's like, okay, so he's going to be connecting. Yes. Awesome. Well, this has been such a pleasure having you here. I'm going to give you've got 4 minutes to say whatever you want to say about your work, being a father, the business. I'm giving you the floor, okay?
Love it. Put me on the spot. So
yes.
Well, I want to say thank you because the way that this started, even in backstage, the prayer was amazing. It made me feel like I was back home. Made me feel like I was back home in my mom's kitchen because that's how we do. So I appreciate that. I definitely do. And giving me this platform to speak to your audience. So I thank you for that. I really want to see everybody at this rooftop mixer. It's important. I didn't think that it was going to be that valuable until it just kind of happened and it grew. And so it's important that we do it again with a twist. We're going to add more people there, more speakers there. We're going to definitely double that 1.2 million. My goal is to put 2.4 million on that rooftop March 4th for people who want to get into this trucking industry the right way, who are looking for mentorships, guidance, resources. It's not just truck drivers. We have dispatchers there. We have investors there. We have mechanics there. Every walk of trucking is in that building. And we want to see you there. We want to see you take advantage of an opportunity that even I didn't have 8-9 years ago. So take advantage, get in those rooms. You must educate yourself. Again, we have a dispatch training class December 10th, December 11th. I would love to see you at that class. You can tap into keeptruckingtransportation.com and you can purchase your tickets for both the event as well as a dispatch training. So just take advantage. Take advantage. If you really want to get in this trucking industry, before you spend your first dime on equipment, it's important that you take some time and you develop a mentor and take some consultations and some dispatch training classes so that you know how to properly invest in this industry. So that's it. I just, you guys got my IG at Maddie Daddy Time. Again, I'm always on there. I'm always going live. I'm always dropping free gems. We have a subscription page on our Instagram as well. If you want to tap into that, that's only $9.99. Of course, we have the ebook, How to Get Started in Trucking. So if you have any issues, any questions, any problems, make sure that you guys tap in and contact us so we can help you get started or at least stay afloat.
And you know what? I am going to put this on my Instagram page immediately after we finish so that people can hear this again and get involved. And I thank you so much for your time. I thank you for your spirit. I thank you for what it is you are doing to help others recognize what it is that they can do. And even though you have your degree from Howard, yes, Howard University, another HBCU, oh, that's so awesome. But you're teaching people that that college may not be the option, right. And if it's not, then this may be the perfect thing for you to get into. So I really appreciate you, Michael, and I appreciate you allowing Maddie to come on. And talking to us. I just love kids. I do. So anyway, thank you very much. And I want to say to our listening audience, you will see this again in a minute because I'm getting ready to download it onto my Instagram page. In the meantime, everyone, have a great week. And if you would just kind of hold off while I close out here. All right, thank you. So have a great week, everybody, and we'll see you next week. Thank you very much.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
Still waiting. We're live now. Countdown. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Mother's Place. Yes, we are here live today. We have a very special guest with, yes, she is a gift because the topic that we're going to talk about today is so awesome. Yes, yes, yes. This is Shayna Asby, the Mother's Place. We're with the Mother's Place, where we educate, structure, and realign and equip mothers in order to stand strong and to be strengthened. So today, I have a very special guest with us today by the name of Miss Joya Santiago. And today, our topic is going to be reproductive justice. So at this time, let me tell you, this woman right here, I've been knowing her for a while, a long time, and I'm so grateful that she's basically in my life and for an opportune, a Kairos moment as this. So I want her to introduce herself.
Peace, y'all. First of all, it's an honor to be with you again, sharing space, even if it's cyberspace, you know.
Oh, Lord.
A lot of powerful things going on. And like our impetus to the next phase of our lives is happening at the same time. And that's even more dynamic. And that's a synchronicity that I cannot ignore. Like, all right, we're doing something now. It's business time. It's happening.
You're right.
It's happening all over.
Right. So you just introduce yourself and tell them who you are, Mama Joya.
Well, I'm Mama Joya Santiago. I have many names, and you know them. But right now, my focus is my nonprofit, Earthlight Health and Holistic Wellness, and our prime objective, and that is maternal and infant health, because that's the beginning. Mother is the first teacher. Mother is the first doctor. Mother is the first lawyer. Mother is God, especially to her children. Now, I'm not here to debate it, Father God, Mother God. I'm a universalist. I'm just here to deliver this message that's coming through me, and it's not a verbal message, really. It's an action. It's something that's happening, and I'm allowing myself to be a divine channel for this divine energy that's taking place. And Shayna resonated with that, and it's coming through her, and so we are united and doing our works in the earth together.
Whew, that part. That was so awesome. I am so ecstatic about this show today. Our topic today is reproductive justice. If anybody saw my Facebook page, and at this time, I'm going to go ahead and share this on other pages as well. If anybody saw my Facebook page, you would know what reproductive justice is. Bear with me one moment. Let me go ahead and get that up here.
So while you do that, I'll talk about BOND.
Go ahead.
That's our first program that we move forward to the people with. And BOND, B-O-N-D, it stands for Babies Open New Doors. It's a maternal and infant vitality program. And we're starting off with these mother support circles. We have one here in North Alabama where I live in Huntsville. Today was our first meeting, so it was pivotal. It's the spring equinox, and we popped off on the equinox. Next weekend, we're going to be having the BOND Mother Support Circle in Atlanta at the I Am Ascension Temple of Love. What an appropriate place. And we're taking this thing, we playing it to the hilt. We're doing this in Detroit, everywhere. Everywhere there's an interest for mothers uniting in the best interest of ourselves and our families, BOND will be there.
Okay, I went ahead and I shared it on different pages because I want to make sure that you understand what reproductive justice is. I believe that every woman, every female, every girl should be able to see this message and actually talk about it or have something to say about it. And this affects us all as women, no matter like what age you are, no matter what color you are, it doesn't matter what religion you carry, it doesn't matter. But being a female, being a woman, this matters. This matters. Reproductive justice is a human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. Reproductive justice. So I'm going to ask you, Mama Joya, when you hear what I've just described as reproductive justice, or just the words reproductive justice, what does that mean to you?
It means an end to womb snatching. It means an end to womb poisons, toxins, womb poisons in the form of toxic relationships, food addictions, being out of control of our children, our creations. Reproductive justice, we can go on and on. Because how we have, men now able soon, they say, to have children, and how we have so many missing Black women, and there's no accountability for that, and how we have every time you go into the OBGYN, oh, we need to take this, we need to take that. When this body is a miracle, and it is given the right atmosphere, environment, it will self-heal. So we're not allowed to talk about these things. I'm banned and blocked on Facebook now. Why? Because I shared a flyer about a female rites of passage program I created for girls ages 6 through 12, but I'm soliciting sexual nudity and all kinds of things they accuse me of. Nah, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from doing the work.
Right. Oh my God. There's so many things that we can talk about when it comes to reproductive justice. You mentioned so many different topics. You talked about toxic relationships and how that is, that hurts the womb. We talked about, you were just, mentioning how environment plays a part on the womb. You also talked about the missing Black women that we have had. And this is true. We have had a lot of missing Black women. Mm-hmm. And so within that, what is going on?
I was one of those missing Black women. I was kidnapped. I was taken to the white van. I escaped. A lot of us aren't given that opportunity, or we don't take the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I heard a voice in my head say, I'm going to save you, but you're going to have to try to save yourself. And that's when I reached for the door. The car door was unlocked, and I ran for my life in the snow with no shoes on, no clothes on. You understand? So, womb justice. Let's talk about the spirit of the womb. Let me back it up real quick. I learned later in my life that the womb has a consciousness. The womb feels. I lost my first husband to violence. The police killed him when I was 28 years old. And that's the first time I could say I felt my womb cry. I didn't know what was happening at the time, but when I was reflecting on all that happened and that feeling that I had, that's what that was. So when we talk about triple womb consciousness, the womb of our mind, the womb of our heart, and our physical wombs, it's a whole lot of work there. And I think that's why, like Elijah Muhammad said, 90% of the work is with the women. Yeah, we have a great responsibility that we shouldn't shirk. We should stand up in it. That's why I say it's Big Mama time, because we calling back our children, because the mother, Big Mama, is calling us to task. It's getting our attention by any means necessary.
Just dig that. Like, oh my God, womb consciousness, understanding that the womb cries, understanding that even as we're pregnant and we're creating, that we're connected to the womb, and that the baby feels everything that we feel, that there's a feeling. Elevating to a state of understanding that we're connected. We're connected to everything and everybody. Mm-hmm. So that is definitely a powerful statement within itself. So the first topic can we talk about today? What would like the first one you want to talk about today as far as reproductive justice? My thing is with reproductive justice is safe and sustainable environments for our community. I feel like, here we are, we're people, we're in this earth, and especially in the African American community, but we do not feel safe within our own environments when it comes to our children. A lot of things that's happened with, whether it was the George Floyd situation, whether it's the school shootings, all these different things have been happening, and our children have been affected tremendously about it. So not just us ourselves, but our children have been affected, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, whether it's spiritually. And it creates an unsafe environment. Like we should not have a whole bunch of discussions or a whole bunch of movies that actually, talk about how we feel as Black mothers. It shouldn't even be a situation if we're living our lives as God wants us to, dealing with human rights. Because we should be able to have a safe community where our sons and our daughters thrive.
Yeah.
They should be thriving without fault because their lives are necessary. Their lives are important on this earth instead of being emasculated. And so the things that I feel like that has went on recently have emasculated a lot of our young Black boys. There's more suicides amongst the population with African American boys. There's self-esteem, counseling. There's more. Anytime you see a lot more grants, I know it's a situation. A lot of situations.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about this, about the environment.
The way I look at it, this society is diametrically opposed, and I'm talking about Western society, American society, diametrically opposed to a so-called Black man being a man and manifesting as a man. And a lot of times sisters don't see because we're looking at it like, dang, you ain't got your half of the rent, or, that we don't realize how much harder it is for them to make it in corporate society or to even get a regular job, because they're targeted by the police, but from the time they hit puberty. And so some of them have a little background, in a criminal justice situation, and they never really recover. Some of grown men don't have their birth certificate. I mean, it's simple thing. Don't have a social security card. Not to say that we need these things or we should have them, but I'm saying as far as getting a job or a supportive man that's creating work, you know what I'm saying? We have to do those things. But no, the society is not set up for that, because if that happens, it's not going to be their society anymore. It'll be our autonomous society again. And that's a direct threat to the powers that be.
Wow, it's so funny that you even talk about that, because we can sit up here and we can talk about, because we see it every day, about what's going on inside of our African American communities when it comes to our young boys and when it comes to our Black men, which is a direct impact that deals with reproductive justice. I was talking to someone today, and I talked about, as you know, we within the African American family have been, we are going through a new walk in life. We're understanding who we are, but at the same time of understanding who we are, it's like a new day, and we're coming forward. So within that process, we're understanding everything that has happened to us in the past. And some of us are doing the healing work, some of us are not. Some of us are still in the process of waking up. Some of us have not woke up.
Yeah.
But what I've been running into a lot lately is a lot of women, wives and mothers, who are hurt at what happened with them in relationships. And one of the things that I talk to them about is understanding that when we come together, we're individual first. We're coming together to become one in a marriage. And with that marriage, we're supposed to hold true to that marriage, right? Meaning that we hold true to that, meaning that we're going to work out our problems, even that we have individually, together. But some things have happened, and now it's causing us to separate from that man, and that woman to separate from that man, or that man to separate from that woman, because of them not really healing themselves or being healed from past situations that they're bringing into their current environments. So I was telling a young lady today that we have to learn how to forgive them, because they too were broken.
Yeah. Yeah. And forgive ourselves first.
That part. Yes.
And that's why I had to be honest with myself, because trying to be single, I was married at 21 and I didn't really know how to be single. I'm like, okay, I'm in love, let's do this. Inside, I'm not even myself yet, because I'm still dealing with the broken part of me and what I lost, and how to grieve and mourn, and how to be a family, just me and my children, me and my shorties. So it was difficult. And the healing is continuing. I'm 44, no shame. I'm not in a relationship right now. I do have suitors, but I'm not rushing because I've done that and that doesn't work. Because at this stage of the game, Joya is building. Joya is making moves. Joya has a plan, and I have to respect where brothers may be. So if it don't go like this, we ain't supposed to do it. And it's less about lust and love is love. Love is there. But it's more about how productive am I with this person? Are we building in the opposite direction? You know, I need you to give me 5 seconds off camera so they can go buy some food. I got my purse up here.
Okay. I'll go ahead. So, as you see, guys, we are definitely here. We're talking about reproductive justice. We're talking about how important it is to understand who we are as a people, especially in the African and American community, and how a lot of things that has happened within society, you know, dealing with George Floyd, dealing with the communities, dealing with the school system, the school shootings, how they have actually created a situation, or they have directly or indirectly affected us as a people. And we also are also talking about how we as a people have become broken, and that we have to get this understanding of our individual selves so we can be better stewards for our family. And so that means that it's self-healing, understanding our past pain, facing that past pain in order to go forward within life. This is something that we have to do, but we also have to take the time to do it. And what I realized that in this community, a lot of mothers and a lot of us as mothers, we don't have time. We don't have time to cry. We don't have time to grieve. We don't have time to bring a baby into this earth. We don't have time to bond with baby. We don't have time to bond with each other. We don't have time to build relationships with our children because they're always at school, or we're always at work. We don't have time. And so this conversation today, dealing with reproductive justice, is one of those shifting moments of understanding that we have a serious situation, because we want to win in this world. We want to win in this life. We want to win, and winning is seeing our children win. So anything that affects our children from winning should be a serious situation for all females across the board. And as I see it, there are situations that have affected our children traumatically. That means that a lot of our children have been traumatized. Not only have our children been traumatized, but we have also been traumatized in this community as well. And so now we have Mama Joya, who's going to come back on the screen, and we're going to talk about some of those traumatic experiences that we have had within this community that affects reproductive justice, because that is a part of reproductive justice. Anytime that I'm having situations with getting pregnant, or situations with reproducing, or situations with not wanting to have a child, we have many women now who don't even want to be mothers, who don't even want to have children. When we have people, this is a God-given right, meaning this is something that's spiritual, that was given to us. This was something that was natural. Anytime we have somebody or something or some other entity that comes up across or against us in our natural element, it should be a problem. It should be a problem. So this right here is reproductive justice.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the aspect of reproductive justice and the water, and how water, the politics of water, it represents reproductive justice. So without water, there is no life. You know, a child is conceived in water and nurtured in water. We need water for hygiene. We need water in our bodies to make sure nutrients get to where they're supposed to go and to clean our body. So if the water ain't right, the reproduction ain't right. So a lot of people don't know all that is involved with reproductive justice, and why we do need to get educated about it. We do need to organize as women first, women within our respective communities, to address some of these concerns as far as reproductive justice is concerned. I'm thinking about Flint, you know, that whole crisis with the water and how that, you know, affected reproductive justice, and how and low birth outcomes and the infant and maternal mortality ratios there. We have to address the cultural disparities that exist in birth, and it's by design. We have to know that when we talk about it, we have to know this is by design. Nothing just happens. You know, there's history involved. There are politics involved. There are players involved. You know, we are being exterminated. They're trying. I believe it's futile, but we need to act like we are at war. And I'm not talking about just with a people. I'm talking about principalities. I'm talking about principles. I'm talking about life over death, AI over livity, something that's alive and ambient. I'm a person. I'm an animated spirit, you know, not just this flesh.
That's right. So when you talk about, you hit on so many points, but when you talked about the water crisis and what happened in Flint, that was definitely a total direct hit for our youth. You know, when we talk about Flint is in Michigan, is mostly an African American community. We as a people, we as mothers, we should have been livid. We should have been outraged at what came down the pipeline when it came to understanding how toxic the water was. Because this was a direct hit. It was definitely a direct hit with us, and it's going on in so many more communities as far as how bad the water crisis was. So within that water crisis and what happened with the Flint situation, and because we know that there's so many different places that have water toxicity, what can we do as a community in order to better educate ourselves, better educate people about the toxicity of the water?
Well, they have reports, you know, the water principalities in where you live. Here, I think it's called Harvest Monrovia. So they have reports about what's in the water. We're not drinking tap water, but we are bathing in it. We are cooking our food with it. We are washing our dishes in it. So here again, the answer is, to me, the only solution is finding some land with a group of people. You know, I think you have a better chance of surviving if you're with a group of people, of like-minded individuals, and taking some autonomy with your water. There are different methods that we can purify water with: moringa leaves, charcoal, limestone. Like, it's a lot of content online about purifying water. It's a lot of people that are selling water, a lot of us that sell water that have natural springs on their land. You have to know what type of water, because all alkaline water ain't good water, because it's put through a machine and ionized, and okay, it's still not, it's alkaline, but it's not organic. This is not a natural thing. So we need to be drinking structured water.
So there's no way that we can actually, in this environment or in this society, you know, kind of like push back to make sure that we are gaining the natural purities of water. Because what people don't really understand, because when you talked about the shower water and when you talked about all these things, is that 80% of what we put on our body goes in our bloodstream.
Directly.
So that means that if it's not that we're just drinking the water, we're taking showers in this water, we're bathing in this water, that this water is still affecting the bloodstream because it's falling in there. So is there a way that we actually can go to our municipalities to push back to make sure that we have the best running water, even in low income or underdeserved communities?
You can always lobby politically and you know, organize for activism. That is, you know, a viable option too. But where I am in my walk, I don't want to live like we've been living. I'm tired of this. I want to live on some land that I have some ownership in. I want to grow my own food. I want to dig wells for groundwater and purify that water. And who's to say that I want to live like that forever? I do, you know, in my logical mind. And I'm not even, I believe all of us, we could walk away from this. The land is abundant, but we have to have some place to come to. And we have to start thinking like leaders, more of us. Because all my life, I consider myself, I've been a follower, because I never really challenged the options given. Like, oh, I'll just move to this neighborhood. It's nicer. The school system is better here. I'm sure the water is better because the people have more money here. That's putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound to me. So we have to step into the shoes of self-sustainability now. We have to watch what we put into the earth, because what you put into the earth goes into the water. Yeah, we can protest these people. We could boycott. We could disenfranchise them. That's a step. Stop taking these money from these jokers. Stop giving them our money and start recycling our dollars through our own communities. That's a very powerful step. Somebody produce some damn paper, toilet paper, and some paper towel. Let's get practical with our freedom and our liberation. I would love to spend money with my own people for everything, because it's a lot of communities that live like that. We haven't had a taste of that life because nobody told us that it's possible and that we could do it.
Wow. You just said a lot. You just said a lot.
I want to make sure we touch on something too about
yes, we can go
the justices.
Yes, go ahead.
And
Keep
you heard
going.
some of the stories. Now, I've had 5 home births, and I had 3 hospital births, and you see how they do us. I'll talk about a good friend of mine went to the emergency room. She was pregnant. Come to find out, it's twins, ectopic pregnancies. So they say, okay, you know, with an ectopic pregnancy, they have to take the fallopian tube or you could lose your life. You probably will bleed to death. Well, she woke up and they had took everything. And this is a young, healthy woman that had 2 children already. You understand? So it's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. Say something happens during the course of pregnancy and, you know, you lose your baby. The treatment that a lot of women get. I talked to a woman about a month ago. She was a client of mine. She said, I basically went home with a box. So there was no safety net for her mental health, for her physical needs, because she had to give birth to this baby that wasn't alive, but there was nothing. I remember when I had to get my first cut, a C-section. Now, the white women, they were giving these, they look like waist trainers things to, you know, keep you together. Joya didn't get one. I had to ask for one. Other people didn't have to ask. I had to ask 3 times for something that should be given, something they were getting from my insurance. You know, they were getting money from the insurance anyway, but things like that. And we're dying having babies because we don't have a voice as a collective and we're not respected because we have not demanded it as yet. So I'm tired of talking. That's where I'm with. I'm tired of talking. And I need to connect with other people who are tired of talking. Because whatever goes down out there, me and my children gonna survive this. No plan B.
I'm just so appalled even what you just said. Like you said a lot right here. First of all, you know, women not given time to grieve when they're having their baby stillborn. That's number 1. Going home with the box, number 2. When you're having a baby with by a C-section and you're not giving wraps in order to get your body back into the right figure.
How about I didn't even need a C-section? How many of us, they get way more money when you get a C-section? How about they took that option away from me and lied to me and accused me of being combative, which I am, you know, and it got to the point, these people keep coming in. They called the Department of Human Services on me because no, you're not finna give my baby a shot. No, we're not doing that. No, I don't want a social security card. I'm not you, and everybody's coming at you at once. You have no privacy. And that's another way they take away your voice and your rights. Call who you want to call. I start throwing stuff. They left me alone. So it's gonna come down to you demanding your inalienable right to life. And that's what it's getting down to.
I just, I just thought about one of my first stories that was on, I believe it was on The Mother's Place, and it could have been another show I have called Transformative Shifts, where we had a nurse who was on here and she talked about how she was having issues with getting pregnant and she ended up getting pregnant with twins. Now, she was a nurse. She was actually a nurse there at the same hospital. And she went through a lot of issues with getting pregnant, complications. And she said just to be that person on the other side, having to be the person in the bed to think about what they may be thinking, the nurses coming in, or how they were acting, it kind of like put her in a different perspective. When it comes to nurses, she was like, I thought about, are they going to go out there and laugh, talk, act like this didn't happen?
Everything they've been doing to other Black women.
Right.
And not saying nothing necessarily.
Right. And it was just like, oh my God, because there comes a point in time where a lot of us, I'm pretty sure we've had those jobs where we had to make those decisions that best benefited us for that time. And sometimes there's going to come times in our lives where we're going to have to walk away from those jobs that may affect us at that point in time. Meaning that when I get up, if I'm not here today, somebody else is going to be here tomorrow. As you know, I just lost my little brother, my second little brother, within the last couple of months. It was really, really a hard time. And it's still, it's still not easy, because with my mom, I'm the last child. And my mother had to get right back up and go to work. She had to get right back up and go to work within the next week or two. There was no compassion. She had to tell them, I just buried my second son. They didn't have any, there was no remorse. It was like, when do you come back to work? When are you going to do? Well, you just took off for COVID. You had COVID. You already took off. You already took off for, you basically already took off for COVID because you had COVID. Your son just died. So, basically, like, when are you coming back to work? This, like, affected me. Where are we in the mindset that we're not even in a time that we feel other people's pain and understand that we are human, we are people, we are affected. We have to sit down and take in everything that has happened to us. And a lot of us have not had time to grieve, had not had time to process a lot of things that happened to us, but then they want to make money on mental health.
Oh yeah, it's a racket. It's a racket. I was told, by family members, take the children to therapy. They need counseling for grief and da 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 da. That's not what helped us get over. Tapping in helped us get over. You understand? Having these fire talks by the fire, tapping in the spirit and nurturing our spirituality as a family is how we healed, how we got over. So
right.
You have to understand the nature of the beast. Anytime you're dealing with an entity that has a calcified pineal gland, they cannot relate to your emotion. There's no empathy and compassion there. Look at the history of what these entities have done on the planet.
So let's break that down. The calcification of the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is a small but strong and very important piece of the brain that actually helps you get the melanin in your skin. It creates melatonin. It actually helps you with the melanin. It also gives you a higher sense of spirituality with the Father in order to be connected, knowing who you are. It also helps you connect with your higher self, meaning that you walk into the royalty of who you are. A lot of us have a pineal gland, but unfortunately, because of the toxicity within the earth, whether it's the elements, whether it's drinking soda, whether it's eating toxic food, or being around toxic people or traumatic situations, have calcified the pineal gland, so we can't reach that higher element of who we are as far as ourselves. So that right there in itself is a part of reproductive justice. And I'm pretty sure
fluoride in the water to prevent us from perceiving spiritual phenomenon and to keep us chill, to keep them from doing anything. We're just going to, slowly poison. We're dealing with high level witchcraft right now. I'm sorry, I'm putting it out there, sis. That's what it is. Because some people have a 500-year plan for how they want society to flow. But when you're dealing with the people like us that have been displaced in our own home, this land, and abroad, we're displaced in space and time because his story they gave us wasn't the story, wasn't our story. So we really all of us don't know who we are exactly. I'm still getting downloads. Every day is something new. And I asked for that because it was important to me to know who I am essentially. Who am I in my core, in my space, identity?
I'm just so grateful for what you just said. I'm still in the process of, talking to people about the core. The core of who we are is so important. And understanding that core. So I love that you talked about that. I love that you brought that up and understanding. And in order to understand, sometimes we have to go back, and it's not always going back to the past things that hurt you, but looking at cause and effect and being real with the situations, but moving forward with that. So that means that even as we talk about us and ourselves and understanding the core of who we are, wouldn't you say that a part of reproductive justice is not allowing another entity to walk in its higher self consciousness or self spirituality of who they are, recognizing that we are a people who are of royalty and that we're connected to the Father and that blood is royalty within itself? So elevating the mind spiritually and consciously and walking as queens and kings and not just the word of mouth, meaning that kings, real kings protect their kingdom. Real kings know how to treat a queen. And so does a queen. She does the same thing and she's not going to allow harm to come to her kingdom or to her status as far as being royalty. Meaning that we protect not just ourselves, but we protect everybody else that comes with ourselves that's a part of our connection. And that's a great divine connection. And to me, connecting with your higher self, understanding that how we are connected to the Father, that is royalty. And really, that is actually heaven on earth. That's divinity.
That is. And it's something that you decide to have in the moment, in the here and now. Not something we're waiting on, because I'm not waiting. When I cross that threshold, that gateway into my home, oh, I'm in the kingdom right here. Right here.
Yes. Wow. Would you like to elaborate more on what you do as far as bond and how you educate the women on our connection or their connections with the womb as they're pregnant?
Okay, so I try not to go in there like the dictator with an agenda because it's a meeting, but it's more like a gathering. That's the vibe I wanted to give today. And I want them to decide. I want us to decide as a collective, where is our focus? What's important to us? We live in this community. What do we want to do? What can we create? Because it's like, I'm trying to put you in touch with your power. This is your neighborhood. We can have any kind of event. We can have a project. What can we do to make where we live a better place? And so I'm throwing questions out there to stimulate thought, to create new paradigms, because that's where our solution is going to come from. These divine ideals that we manifest together.
Wow. And so you're looking at it and from a perspective of not just educating them about how their baby is important, how they connect, but also how we will want our world to look or our environments to look for the baby.
Yeah, I named this circle, this program, Babies Open New Doors, because, and I know you experienced this as a woman, when you have a child, you're a new creature. You're not the same. Hormonally, you are different forever. It's a rite of passage that we go through. And so we kind of get lost sometimes. That's why I think women get postpartum, so-called postpartum depression. It's the hormonal imbalance. But what brings you back to yourself is focusing on you. You're still, an entity, or you're still a nation unto yourself. And sometimes we get isolated because we're not coming out of the house as much. And it's important to link with other mothers because you're not alone, but you might start feeling like you're alone and you don't have that support. So this is bringing you out. Hey, yeah, you had a baby, y'all come out. Toddlers, babies, you're welcome. We had some children there, So yeah, it's creating a space for you as a woman, as a mother. You're a new manifestation, but you have purpose. And this is who you are. Now, when it comes to breastfeeding support and doula support, I'm there for that. I'm not a lactation consultant, but I am a breastfeeding peer counselor. I've got that certification and I'm a certified doula. So if someone has questions, I'm definitely there, but I don't try to, I try not to dominate what we're talking about. I'm listening to them. Some of the conversation was talking about exotic dancing today and baby daddy stuff. And, but I kind of always leave whatever we're talking about back to taking some accountability. How did you show up in the situation? Well, you chose them, let's talk about it. Cause I did some choosing myself,
Yes, and that goes right back, and it's so important that we talk about those things because that does go back to reproductive justice, is accountability, and we talked about that. I think we touched on that a little bit earlier on the phone today, and it was about how we as women we show up, and that we have to take accountability, meaning that we have a high statistics within the African American community of abortions. We have a high statistics of single mothers. Single mothers we actually should be running the world right now, especially in the United States. We have the highest rate of single mothers.
So yeah,
right
most
here.
of our homes are single parent homes.
Our single parent homes. So that comes with the issue as well. But at the same time, it comes with the accountability of us not to keep going out there repeating the same mistakes, but to hold accountability so we won't have we'll have the wisdom not to walk back into the same situation. To be where we are as single mothers.
It was my sister. Sis, she was the one to pull my clothes. I'm like, dang, I keep getting the same type of dude. She was like, it's you. You the same. You walking into these relationships the same. There's some things that you need to address inside of you. And then you'll start attracting a different type of man, and that's very true.
It does. Because a lot of times it starts with self. It starts with something within ourselves that we got to fix or we got to look at to see what it is that we're putting out there, or we're accepting this type of man.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the divine status of understanding who we are in order to walk into a higher status of divinity, as well as it still affects with reproductive justice, because what we don't realize is that as we're impacting our children's lives, we're impacting them not having that bond with that other mate. So it's three. It takes two people to create one child, which is three. So it's very important that we get back to understanding our important role within that and holding ourselves accountable so we won't keep repeating the same mistakes. We can have a lower abortion rate. We don't have to deal with birth control. We don't have to deal with all these other man-made things that keep us from not, giving life when we were actually naturally put here to reproduce.
You just reminded me of something. My first child, mind you, I'm 21. I'm happy to be pregnant. I'm married. You know what I'm saying? I go into the doctor and there was this nurse with this stupid hat. I'll never forget. And she was one of us. So what are we going to do to prevent this from happening again? And I looked at that woman and I said, what do you mean? I'm happy to be pregnant. Well, don't you want to do other things with your life? I wanted to say a whole bunch of 4-letter words, but I just told her, I said, well, I'm in college, I'm married, I just ran it down to her because I'm proud of myself. But after a while, I stopped talking and I looked around and it was just us in there, and we just going in there like cattle. You know what I'm saying? We just going in, coming out. I just stood up and I walked out. I was done. I had my baby at home in East Africa on the floor in my bedroom, and it was exhilarating. Wow. I was totally turned off by the Western medical industrial system. I was done.
Wow. I'm so sorry that you had that experience. And that was your first child?
My first child. And it was Riverview Hospital in Detroit on Jefferson.
Wow.
So this is how they see us. This is how we see us. Because you are me and I am you. This is how I'm looking at the lady. But
I like how you said that. I am you and you are me and we are you. We're each other. If we have a problem when we don't look at each other like that, especially us as women. So what affects one woman should affect us all. Absolutely. And I'm affected by that.
I was so inspired when I saw how Senegalese women have all these associations, and African women, period. They have lots of associations, women's associations, women's groups, and how they support each other and how they're economically empowered because of their women's associations, and they're not looking for nothing from nobody else. We need that. We need to stop looking at each other like competition, even when it comes down to a man. Now, let me tell you something. I ain't never shared no man. You understand? My parents been married for 54 years. It's just been the two of them, as far as I know, However, I understand polygamy has its place. Historically, in times of war, We did that so that all of the sisters, everybody, and women and children were accounted for. Now I'm out here and I see what's going on. You know what's going on. We know what's going on. I'm not really accounted for. You understand? I don't have that protection. I don't have that covering. All right. Once upon a time, I said I would never be in a polygamous union. But now I'm looking at it a little bit different, because I was saying that from a space of, like, physically, I don't think I want to share. You know, somebody might be nasty. I don't know. Or he might spend more time with her. Okay, to hell with all of that. I want to survive. But I don't want to just be with anyone. It takes a special kind of brother and sisters to make that institution of polygamy work, because it does work for some people. It does. And it's a lot of us out here pretending and playing and snapshots on Instagram and stuff. We polygamous, we poly, da 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 da. Well, what are you producing? What are you producing? And can we do it just as a, can you do it with one woman? What are you creating with her before you want to bring in somebody else? Because y'all making a lot of mess and the children are suffering and they're looking at it and they're growing up not understanding morals. Because it's 2022 and don't nobody care about morals anymore, but morals will always matter.
I don't know about you. I don't know about some of these other people out here, but I'm always about morals, ethics, and values. Okay.
Period. It's the basis of culture. And as a woman, it's our responsibility to be keepers of the culture. You understand? Because we set the tone for the household. Household sets the tone for the community. Community sets the tone for the nation. You understand? So there's a man, heavy is the head that wears that crown.
I like that. Heavy is the head that wear that crown. And that we as mothers, we wear that crown. So this show today, again, if you're just tuning in, this is The Mother's Place with Mama Joya Santiago. We are here talking about reproductive justice and things that affect us as far as being mothers. Again, I'm going to read this definition of what reproductive justice is. And reproductive justice is the human rights to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe, sustainable communities. So anything that comes with coming up against mother as being healthy, having a healthy baby, being able to build relationships with our children, being able to have great, good food and water within our communities, anything that comes up against us as being mothers and being, great mothers. I'm talking about mothers that walk in purpose, mothers that not just walk in purpose, but that connect with their children, have that bond. Anything that comes up against us as being mothers, we should have a problem with.
Definitely.
We should have a problem with.
You just said a word too. You spoke about women that don't have children. So and that touches my heart, because a good friend of mine didn't want to come to the motherhood meeting because she doesn't have children and she doesn't really want children. And it's so okay.
It's okay.
To feel like that. You don't have to do it. Matter of fact, she's such a help and a blessing in my life. Like, she'll take one of my children out just for that one-on-one time sometimes, because I'm fighting for time. And when mama got some free time and some money, we doing the group thing. Let's go, y'all, But she'll say, oh, I'm going to take this one to get to the cafe or whatever and take this one shot. And I love that. Just because you're not a mother, just because you haven't physically had a child, doesn't mean you're not a mother. You're a mother of the community.
Yes.
You're a support to, women that may not have support.
Yes.
You got to big up the aunties.
Can we say that one more time? Wait a minute. Wait.
Aunties.
Big up the aunties. Just because you don't have a child, but the aunties always fill in. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. The aunties, the godmothers, the women who step in. I used to be a babysitter back in the day. I'm pretty sure Leslie might be watching this, and she might be watching this later. We talked this morning. I used to watch her kids for free. I used to love babysitting. I used to love kids. And I still love children today. But I used to babysit for free. And we do need to embrace that, even other people, other women who may not be mothers, they too have mothers. So they know they add value to this conversation as well. and they
Absolutely.
add value to the community as well. So that was definitely a great shout out. A great shout out. A big up to the aunties. Big up to
Mhm.
the aunties.
I
I
got
like
to big up for Don Tanae. I love you. You are valued. I missed you today, and you are a mother of the community. Period.
awesome. I am so grateful that we are having this conversation today about reproductive justice and talking about within this everything that we talked about sisterhood. Sisterhood is definitely a big thing within our community. What can we do more as a community to embrace, build, and strengthen the sisterhood that comes along with being? Because one thing that we do have in common is that we're women. We're women, we have mothers, and we had to have had a mother in order to be who we are or be where we are today. So, how can we do more of coming together and embracing that sisterhood like this? Can you tell me something about the is it the Senegalese women when you were in Africa that you noticed about their sisterhood and that
Well,
we can actually implicate within the US?
I'll tell you, when I was in Africa, I was in East Africa. I got a chance to observe Senegalese women and how they associate through my daughter's father. He's Senegalese. And just watching his mother and how she moved, and we can definitely emulate it. It's going to take us being comfortable with being vulnerable to us. And we don't want to do that. Oh, I get along better with men. We got to stop saying dumb shit like that. I'm just saying, we have to love us. We have to embrace one another. We have to put down the petty and the jealousy and pick up I love myself and you're a reflection of me. So I love you too. I told a sister today, I love you. I never told her that before, but she showed up today. Her children are, they ain't even little no more. They 13, 18, but she came because she's still a mom, she's still a mother. And it just felt good to have her support and to see her there and what she contributed to the cipher. Like I think it was the new moon, I had to get together because kind of the women I talked to that day on the phone, we were all feeling like this heaviness and a little depression. And I was like, y'all, let's just get together. Let's talk. Let's have a sister circle. So they came over to the crib and it was my first time with these women in my home. Like they're not women I associate with, this happened through Facebook and over the phone. And we showed up and it was hard to go home. It was hard for people to leave because the vibe was so good. So I believe in us. I believe in our sisters. I do. And some sisters have hurt my feelings. Let me tell you, treated me bad. You understand? Recently. I was ghosted by somebody I loved, a sister that I identify with so strong. Won't answer the phone for me. Nothing happened. And I'm hoping she's okay.
Right. So basically, y'all heard it right here from Mama Joya Santiago. Something that she picked up within another culture, another environment that we can actually duplicate and implicate within this culture or in this society is sisterhood.
Oh, and look at it all around the world. When there's a political shift to take place, the women will pop it off. The women will end wars. Like, all right, we're not fighting no goddamn war. Ain't nobody, we bonded together. Who gonna shoot down the mama? Nobody. And once we realize that's the kind of power we have, some shit gonna change here.
I'm trying not to get emotional.
I don't know, me too.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional right now.
This has been building. We've been talking about this ever since you and I started building again and vibing. Like, okay, it's time. We've been talking a lot. We're talking too much. It's time to do every day. Seize the moment. Take the time that day. I'm make a change here. I'm doing something to improve my life, to change my environment, to make it better. Or I'm gonna create something new.
I just felt like when you said that, it was just like I got tears. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yo, I can't sleep at night. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of the status quo. We are not okay. I know we live in our best life on Instagram and on Facebook. We are not okay. Our families are not okay. And the quicker we admit this and be vulnerable to each other, man unto woman, woman unto man, and the children listen to them as well, we can heal and we can fix this. and we can create something beautiful and something that's ours and something that's safe and something that affirms life for us. We don't get a lot of that from this society. And we're not going to get it.
I agree. I'm just so emotional right now because there's a lot of our young men, and it's a lot of our young brothers, and it's a lot of our sons who have lost lives, and our daughters who have lost lives because of issues within our society, and that have not been fair, or issues within the culture as far as the breakdown of generational curses. Let's talk about it. Generational curses that have directly impacted our children because of some of the mistakes that we have made, whether it was consciously or not, subconsciously.
No other people have dealt with this level of trauma like us. My mother lost 2 of her brothers to gun violence, to some stuff that didn't make no sense. You understand? And so when it happened to my husband, I didn't see my mother cry. I couldn't cry. And it could have been from the shock of all that happened. It took a sister singing. We have things, we have ancient knowledge that helps us move. We have to move through trauma. It has to move through the flesh. It has to be expressed. We have to sing, we have to dance, we have to shout. We have to go back to the way it was. We have to dance by the fireside. Call it conjure, call it what you want. This is the wisdom our ancestors left us. This is the information that's being downloaded again because they ain't went nowhere. We just have to let them in.
I definitely believe in God, and I definitely know that God is definitely connected to us. And I definitely believe that a lot of our people who have went on, they're still here, and that's because of a lot of the gifts that I have. But at the same time, I feel like that we owe it to the ones who have passed to recreate, reshape, and redirect ourselves, so we won't keep repeating the same cycles, keep repeating the same things that has been broken within us for so long. It was Carolyn, I think her name is Jennifer Carolyn. We talked about this the other day, and she said that we in our 40s, we in this area, we are supposed to reshape society right here, right now. Everything that we have learned, we should be going forward within that in order not to repeat the same mistakes and pass it on to the next generation, so they would learn from us not to do the same things.
Yeah. And what to do. Like, for a lot of us, there was no rite of passage. We didn't understand what that meant coming into womanhood, So there are these cultural norms that need to be recreated for us. And as mothers, that's our job, for our children. We can't do it for the boys like the rites of passage, but fathers can. There's still a lot of brothers out here that are good, that are here and available to their community. And we just need to rally around them and support them supporting us. I have a lot of good brothers in my life, a lot of good men in my life I'm proud of.
That is me too. Me too. I really do too. That I can pick up the phone and call.
This is a good time for me to tell you what we're getting ready to do in Detroit, because it's going down April 9th in Detroit. And it's private because we had to do it this way. But it's a community call to action and memorial tribute for Baba Yale and Joma Yale. And that was my deceased husband. And he did a lot of work in the community, like working with the health department and teaching people about sexual STIs, STDs. And he did a lot of that work. He did a lot of work in the schools with violence prevention because it was serious. He lived in Detroit in the 80s and a lot went down. We lost a lot of people. So these things are still issues. So we just need to add a little fire to it and make it real in 2022. Like, yeah, remember this man, remember this work. It's still work that needs to be done. It's still work that is being done. It's brothers out here and sisters that are, and we invited them, hey, talk about what you're doing so people know. It might not get a lot of publicity online with, glitter and all of that shit that we don't need, but it's worthy because this is a saving grace. This is what we need.
I am so honored that you came and you visited us today. Mama Joya, to talk about reproductive justice. I am so honored that you are going forth in the work that you were purposed to do on this earth to educate us about the importance of motherhood, the importance of mother, and that you stood in the fire even after the death of your husband. We have been through so many things, and I know some of your story, even the story of how we met. You know,
You can speak on it. It's okay because I feel like my life is my testimony, you know.
Yes. So I want to share something with everyone that everybody probably did not know or had not known. Um, what year was it, Mama Joya, that your situation happened in Detroit?
That last situation?
Yeah, the situation where I spoke at the event.
Okay, that was 2015.
Okay. So in the year 2015, there was this big situation that was all over the news where there was a kidnapper who had kidnapped a lot of different women. And it just so happened that he kidnapped his last victim. And his last victim just happened to be Mama Joya. The incident was all over the news. It was all over TV. We had so many political representation, so many people, politics. If you know anything about Detroit, everybody was talking about this situation. And one of my girlfriends told me that was one of her girlfriends. And I was like, are you serious? You know, it's all over the news. She said, yes, she's creating this event called A Woman's Worth. And she needs an MC.
And I came up with the name because, and a lot of women might not admit this, but when someone tries to take your womb space and they have not been invited in, it can make you feel worthless. I had some serious self-worth issues behind that. You know, am I still pure and clean? Am I still beautiful? Or maybe no one wants to be with me because I went through this. So
it was very traumatic. Kidnapping. I'm not sure how far it even went within the kidnapping, but of course we know rape is involved when it comes to men kidnapping women. You know, it was a serious situation.
I learned a lot because, especially about human trafficking, because he took me to where it was happening, and he was like, "Well, you know, I won't let them take you because I already been paid, but you got to do this or that. You understand? And I'll take you home." I didn't want to get in that white van with them people. So that's really a big deal. That's really happening. And nobody is talking about it because it's us, you know, that's being taken.
This situation was so serious, and she needed an MC, and the girlfriend introduced her to me, and I was actually the MC for this event. I was so honored that somebody who had just been kidnapped wanted to still be community, wanted to still give back to her community. Even though she didn't speak, she allowed me to come up there on that stage and be the voice for her for that whole program where we had you're welcome. No, it was an honor. It was an honor.
I had so much to say. I know that I couldn't get up there and be poised.
It was an honor. It was definitely an honor. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that situation in order for us to meet. But, you know, it was one of those Kairos moments where I was supposed to meet you at that time.
Yep.
Who would have known that happened in 2015, that in 2018, I myself would be kidnapped and raped?
You couldn't make this shit up. I'm going to say that. I could not believe it when you told me that.
And I remember just coming back to you and saying that a lot of things were given, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, a lot of brothers stepped up. Even Sankofa is in Detroit. Shout out to you, Sankofa. You'll always be my big brother. I don't care what nobody say. But he even stepped up to help me with wanted to give me self-defense classes. It's so important that we as women, we take self-defense classes. But at the same time, how to survive through situations like that. And lo and behold, I was kidnapped and I was raped, me and my son. And it was definitely a serious situation. And to go back and tell Mama Joya, like, I appreciate you. So I just want to say I appreciate you for not just holding yourself in within that situation, but sharing it with other people so other people can learn how to get healing and actually come forth with that and be able to be a testimony to that so we won't keep walking back in the same situations. We have to learn how to come together out here and to be a sisterhood and stop being quiet about the things that harm us when we're alone, about the things that harm us when we're in physical violence relationships, abusive relationships, dealing with domestic violence. We have to stop getting into our households and locking ourselves up and being mad at our children because we're mad at the world or we're mad at the daddy. We have to learn how to get up out of ourselves and reach out to a sister, reach out to somebody that we know is going to give us some great information or lift our heads up, or get to a therapist, get to therapy. Get to therapy, build more of these sister circles. So, Mama Joya, again, I just want to say that I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart for coming forth with a woman's worth, because a woman's worth is definitely necessary, and it's necessary for a time as this, because this woman and those women are our future generation of being mother. So thank you again. Thank you again for what you do. Thank you for your organization, the connectability, everything. And I look forward to seeing more of what you do in the future. So do you have any, you're welcome. Do you have any last words?
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop.
Don't. We need you.
And you put that back into my memory about, some people didn't want me to talk about what happened. They said it would be too negative and, it's too much negative stuff. But I took a picture of myself that night after I made it home to my children, because they thought I was dead when they heard that gunshot. They thought I was dead. And come to find out, this brother was stalking the neighborhood, hitting single mothers, And so many of the women were quiet because he said, if you don't tell what happened, I won't come back. He was only 21 years old. This is somebody's baby, somebody's child.
This was somebody else's baby. This is somebody else's child.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you all looked at this show today and, got something out of reproductive justice, what is going on within our community, and you want to make a difference. If you do, make sure that you reach out to Mama Joya. Mama Joya, please give them your contact information. It could be your Gmail that they can contact you if they want to donate.
I got a public phone. I put the phone number out there all the time. It's 256-945-2749. I got a private phone too. Now, if you want to donate to Earthlight Health and Holistic Wellness, our website is www.earthlightholistic.org. If you'd like to email me, it's Joya Selassie, SELASSIE @gmail.com. I am in Facebook jail. Every time I come out, they put me back in for nothing. So I don't know. I can't make no promises. But I'm on Instagram, Sun Lotus Holistic Services, and Greenhouse Foods, my catering business. So I am able to be reached. You can reach out. I want to build serious inquiries only, because I can see right through the BS. So, come ready.
Thank you so much, Mama Joy.
Thank you.
Have
I
a
love
great
you,
day.
Shana.
I love you too, sis. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you so much. And I'm going to end the show. Bear with me one moment. Oh my God. Oh my God. I told you guys I was very ecstatic about the show today. Today, our show was a little bit serious. Matter of fact, it was a lot serious. It was serious about a lot of different issues dealing with reproductive justice. If you watch this on a replay, watch it 2 times, 3 times. Share it with your friends. Share it with your girlfriends, the sister across the street, the one that you were speaking to, your mother, grandmothers. We need to build more sister circles where we as women, we come together and understand that anything that comes up against us as a society that harms us as being mother or being an effective mother or our children should be an issue. And the only way that we're going to understand what's really being harmful to us and harming us or get better is to reach out. So reaching out means connecting and bonding with sisters. We are the women and the mothers of today who are educating, uplifting, re-strengthening, and rebuilding and helping create a better world by effectively communicating and showing action to the mothers of tomorrow. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is Shayna Asby signing off with the Mother's Place with Mama Joya Santiago. But until next time, have a great day. Peace. I love y'all.
Hello, everybody. You know what time it is. Wisdom Tips is on tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Wisdom Tips. Those of you that have not been here, hello, my name is Dr. Connie Green. I am your host of Wisdom Tips. I'm here to draw pearls of true wisdom so you can learn to get the tools that you need to live a victorious life. Amen. I'm so excited again that you're here. You didn't have to tune in, but you did. I'm excited tonight that you're here. We have a powerful topic that we're getting ready to wrap up. We've been talking about be dressed and equipped and ready for battle for the last 6 weeks. Can you imagine that? Boy, doesn't time go by fast. I am so excited that we're down the home stretch, as my pastor often say. Yeah, we're getting ready to go ahead and have the last topic that we're going to be talking about, being dressed and getting wisdom to be dressed, rather, with the spear of prayer and supplications. Yes, the spear of prayer and supplications. Now, we're almost, like I said, at the end of the few items that we're going to be talking about that we need to be dressed and equipped and ready for battle. Paul urges us to pick up the final weapon, which is the spear of prayer and supplication. I am so excited. I also remember what Paul told us in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10. He said, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of your might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. And when you've done all the stand with your loins girded about with truth. Hallelujah. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but they're mighty through the pulling down of strongholds. Hallelujah. I'm so excited. It looks like to me that Paul was talking about is ready for us to wage war. I remember CC Winans has a beautiful song that I love to listen to every morning when I get up, because we are soldiers in the army of the Lord. So you need to start thinking about who you are, thinking about that you're a soldier. You need to be equipped and dressed every day, because you got some enemies out there that want to kill you. They want to destroy you. They want to destroy your family. But when you're dressed and equipped and ready for battle, you are prepared. Hallelujah. To fight any demon that try to come up against you. Yeah, I love that song. She talks about waging war. She say, Lord, anoint my hand and my feet. I know what she talking about. He can even anoint my toenails if he want to, because the fight that we are going to be facing in the last and evil days, we're going to have to be strong and resilient and be ready to fight and not be laying down and letting the devil do what he want to do and being scared and stop.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
When this powerful tool is thrust toward the spirit realm against the adversary, which is our devil, God can do some great things in the kingdom of God when he see that we're fighting back. Now, I'm not saying we're going to go pick no fight with the devil. No, we don't want to do that, because if you're not strong enough in the Lord, you may just get messed all up, because you don't never go into war by yourself. You always go into war when you have other people there with you. So you need to get you a team of people, a team of prayer warriors that can pray for you when you can't pray for yourself. Hallelujah. I know what I'm talking about. I have a group of people, hallelujah, that cover me every day with prayer and sometimes even fasting. I'm on a prayer call a few times a week, and I have a great team, about 15 or 20 of us every morning. Get on the prayer line. Sometimes we have up to 30 people on the prayer line just giving God praise. Then I got some special friends that we pray as well. And when I feel like I can't pray and I'm overwhelmed, that's when I call my team and we get together and we pray, because you're stronger when you get together. It's, two are better than one. So you need somebody to help you fight that battle, because there's going to be times in your life that you're not going to be able to pray and be able to fast like you really want to. So it's important to have a great team. And don't be so prideful not wanting to tell people what's going on in your life. If you need to eat, you don't have no food, call somebody, call your prayer warrior, let them pray with you. And if you're sick in your body, call somebody so we can start interceding for you, so God can bless us and we can fight this war together. Amen. All right, now I'm excited. I guess you can tell tonight this is a powerful lesson. If it wasn't for prayer, I don't know where I would be today. It's times in my life where things was happening and going on in my life. I didn't know how I was going to make it, whether it was a financial problem, a health problem, maybe even a problem with my children, even in my marriage, on my job, and even in the church. Because we're going to have all different types of problems in our life, because those are the areas that the devil's going to touch. He's going to touch your family. He's going to touch your marriage. He's going to touch your finances. He's going to try to cripple you and even touch things in your church, your pastor, those that are in the church, the ones that are on the front line that's praying and lifting up the hands of the pastor. Those are the ones that the enemy wants to attack. But if we have the prayer, hallelujah, with that spirit, that prayer and supplication, the spirit, the definition for supplication, I really loved when I looked at the definition. It means to beg. Have you ever begged for something? I know when I was a little girl, I used to beg, and sometimes I even beg now. When I want to buy something, I have to go to my husband, and sometimes I have to beg him, baby, please, I really want that. So there's nothing wrong with begging, and when you supplicate it and you go before God and you beg him for something, but you got to do it in a humble way by asking God, and God would do just that. Amen. All right. So in my study, when you talk about the spirit, it includes a part of the spiritual equipment that the soldiers wore. In Ephesians 6:18, the Bible says, pray always without prayer, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the spirit. Amen. God said we need to what? Pray always for all prayer and supplication. So that means he wants to pray every day. Every day you get up off your bed, every day you hit your foot on that feet, you need to be praying. Even if you're not going to always be able to, get on your knees and pray. But the Bible didn't tell us we had to get on knees every time we pray. You might be sitting up in your car praying. You might be in your bathroom praying. You might be laying in your bed and pray, but just pray. You can pray all day. And somebody might say, how can I pray all day? Every time you think about something that you need to do and that's something that you can't do, just pray. Have a silent prayer, even on your job. Lord, I need you to do this. Help Jesus. Those are the type of prayers. Don't have to be no hour prayer, 3 or 4 hour prayers. You can just have conversation with him every day. That's what prayer is all about, because prayer is just simply a conversation with God, a relationship that you're building. And when you get to the point that you can pray and talk to him just like he your best friend, just like he's somebody that you're just sitting right next to, that's when you can start building up your most holy faith in prayer and supplication. The power of prayer brings God into some of the most devastating situations in our life. And God began to command the force of the enemy to leave us alone, and we will be able to fight our battles. Are you ready to get back on that battlefield? Somebody's a little weary right now. Maybe you don't stop praying, and maybe you don't stop reading your scripture, honey. Stop going to other people, say, pray for me, honey. You need to learn how to pray for yourself, because it's going to be times where you're not going to be able to get up with your prayer warrior, your friend that always pray for you. You may not be able to call your pastor and ask your pastor or the missionaries to pray for you. You're going to have to learn how to pray yourself, because you got to remember you are in the battle for your life, especially if you're saved. If you're born again, you are in a battle every single day. Now, I'm not saying that for us to be scared and go out there and just, be ready for a fight every day. No, you're going to have some good times and more good than bad. But just remember, devil is always around the corner trying to see what you're doing. So when you open up the door and doing something crazy, that's when he comes in, and it weakens your strength, because your faith has become weary because you're doing the things you don't need to do. So you don't want to be confused and start doing stuff like that, because the enemy is watching everything you do. So why don't you just go ahead and lift up your head, O ye gates, and be ye ever lifted up, you everlasting doors, and let the King of glory come in. Amen. God gave us a promise. He gave us a promise concerning prayer. He said, call upon me and I will answer thee. Somebody ought to put that in the chat. He said, call upon me. He didn't say call upon your husband. He didn't say call upon your best friend. He didn't say call upon your checkbook. He didn't say call upon your boyfriend or your best friend or your cut buddy. He said, call upon me and I will answer you. Now, if you believe God will answer you tonight, somebody need to put in the comment, I believe God will answer my prayer. I don't care how bad it looks. God will answer your prayer. I'm telling you, I've been praying for my son, and my church been praying for my son for 7 long years. I did not see my son. I know I've given this testimony before, but I'm so excited to give it again, because God worked a miracle, and I was able to see my son in the last 3 weeks. He's been home here with us. He's not perfect. Yeah, he still made some mistakes. He's still a little rough by the edges, and he still got some things that he need to get cleaned up in his life, but he's home. God let him come back home, and he's alive. That came through prayer and supplication. Now, what if I had given up on my son coming back home after, waiting 7 long years? I could have given up and said, forget it. The prayer warriors could have gave it up and said, ain't no need us praying for Mother Green's son. He ain't coming back. They could have gave up, but they didn't. They kept praying. So I'm telling somebody right now, You have been praying about something for a long, long time, and you about to be weary. I want you to keep on praying. I want you to do that supplication, the definition, beg God, just like the woman in the Bible begged the judge to do something. The judge said, I'm so tired of you bothering me. I'm going to go ahead and give you your request. So some people say, don't beg God. The first time you pray for him, he know what you want and he's going to answer you. No, that's not what the scripture said. God said we can continue to pray for him and he will answer our prayer, just like the lady begged that judge. We need to beg God. Why do you think he put supplication in the Bible if that was not what he was talking about when he told us to continue to pray for him? Sometimes he want to see if we're going to believe him and not faint in adversity, because the Bible said when we faint in adversity, our faith has become weak. So we don't want to do that. We want to, let God answer our prayer. Like he said, I will call on you. He said, then I will show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. Oh, I'm about to shout right now. He not only say, number one, if we call on him, number two, he's going to answer us. Then he's going to show us great things, number four, and mighty things, number five. All of that is in Jeremiah chapter 33:3. Honey, you better go back and read it. We are commanded in God's word to pray without ceasing. That's in 1 Thessalonians 5:17. Pray without ceasing means we need to pray every day. And I don't know why people think they need to just pray when they go to church. That's why you ain't got no power. You got to pray. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm trying to get you mad so you can get yourself together. You need to get yourself all together. And remember, the Bible said pray without ceasing. And if he told you to come to him and to call on him, he didn't tell you to call your boyfriend. He told him to call on him. And he will answer your prayer. God is able. Put in the comment, God is able. He is able to do exceedingly, abundantly, above all that we may ask or think, according to the power that worketh in us. Now, let me ask you a question. What kind of power is working in you? What kind of power? Do you have weak power? Do you have strong power? Do you have holy power? What kind of power is in you? See, God said he would do exceedingly abundantly more than we should ever ask of things, according to not his power, the power that worketh in us. So that lets me know we have to have some power for things to happen when we pray. And how do we get that power? You got to get the wisdom of God through his word. You got to have a relationship with him, have a lifestyle with him, have a Christian lifestyle where it won't be hard. Some people say it's so hard to live. Say, no, it ain't. It's just a lifestyle. Once you live it out, you can do great things for God. And when I was thinking about the son waging war, CeCe Winans, the lyrics, another part of the lyric says, Lord, we're taking territory. We're taking territory. She said, I'm tired of principalities. I'm tired of the devil messing with me. I'm tired of him taking things. She said, I'm taking back my territory. Somebody need to take back the territory. We're waging war. I want you to act like you waging war. You get up in the morning like, you try me, devil. I'm waging war on you right now because I got some power inside of me. I've been praying. I've been fasting. And hallelujah, that'll make you happy right there. Just knowing, having the confidence to know that you got some power, that you can fight the enemy. You can tear him up through prayer and fasting. You're tired of things. She kept saying, I'm tired and I'm ready for the battle. Are you ready for the battle? Those are the lyrics. And go listen to the song. One of the best songs that I listen to every morning, Rage and War. That's a war cry. Amen. Keep that war cry up. All right. Regardless of how, but you know what I want you to remember, regardless of how skillful you think you are, how big you think you are as a prayer warrior, a leader, teacher, bishop, a leader, or a missionary, whatever, and how bold and courageous we think we are, we still have to be humble to realize it's really not our power that God gives us. He gives us the power when we exercise our faith and we believe we got the power. He gives us the power so it backs us up so we can fight the enemy. But at the same time, no matter how skilled you are, no matter what kind of education you got, no matter what kind of degrees you got, what kind of titles you got, how bold you are, courageous, we need to realize and come to realize that no matter how smart and intelligent that we are, we have got to pray. Have a prayer life. In order to maintain a victorious life, you have to have a prayer life. So don't get lazy and say, well, I've been saved 30 years. I ain't got to pray no more. Or I'm the pastor. I got the prayer warriors praying for me. I don't have to pray no more. I'm talking good right now. All right. Don't just wink at prayer and just feel like you ain't got to pray because you got people to pray for you. Those people may not always be there. So you need to learn how to pray for yourself. All right. Well, I'm about to go to break. And when I return, I want you to stay with us, because when I return, we're going to talk to you about the wisdom tips. But while we on break, please share this broadcast with someone. Please let them know that we're on the air, and let them know that it's something they can really sink their teeth into, so they can get encouraged about giving God what belongs to him, which is your life, because he has called you to do something. So please stay with us. We'll be right back, and I'll share with you the wisdom tips for today. God bless you. Thank you for coming back. I am so excited. You guys are amazing. I have some wonderful news that I just found out today. I am now over 500 subscribers, moving on to 1,000 subscribers. It won't be long. It'll be 1,000 subscribers, and then we'll be able to monetize our Facebook, our YouTube channels, and then we'll be able to help other people that need help in the community and other areas of interest that I'm excited about to help out. So I'm excited. Thanks again for allowing me to be able to get 500 subscribers. Keep telling your friends about it, and it won't be long. We'll have 1,000 subscribers. Thanks again so much. Okay, let's go on to the wisdom tips for the day. Wisdom tip number 1 is for having the sword of the spirit, which is called the supplication and prayer, is very important. It's a spear that it's just as equal to any other armor that the soldiers wore. So to me, I think it's one of the most powerful next to the word of God. And sometimes people think that prayer is not that important, because if you look at the churches and they call for a prayer service, you may not have but just a few saints there, because people don't feel like prayer that important. But if they go to a concert or a powerful speaker that may be famous, the church is packed out. But the secret to success as a Christian is having a powerful prayer life. So prayer is a part of our spiritual equipment that we must also remember to carry. In fact, this piece of weaponry is so critical that Paul urges us to use it constantly and habitually in every possible moment. So I want to share with you that how important prayer is. Tip number one, stay connected to God. Praying and making it a serious thing in your mind would help you stay connected to God. It would also help you to remain having fellowship with Him and not have a broken relationship with Him. Because when we don't pray, we can sometimes break the relationship with God because we're no longer talking to Him. And then when we don't talk to Him, He takes away the power source, which is the Holy Ghost. It gives us power and gives us strength. So that's another reason why it's so important to have a relationship with God, so you won't break fellowship with God. Because once you stop praying, you're going to start doing things you don't have no business doing. And we don't want to do that, do we? No. Tip number 2, keep your power source intact. As long as you have fellowship with the Lord and your fellowship is not broken, you will enjoy the benefits of your spiritual armor. Tip number 3, put on your armor. Yeah, put on the whole armor of God. Not some of it, but the whole armor of God. Don't reject don't reject Paul's command when he told us now to put it on. But so you want to make sure you obey him and and put on the whole armor that God has provided for us, because you will be in a state of stagnation if you don't put on the whole armor of God. You'll be playing games, you're going to be lukewarm, you're going to be carnal. So you want to go ahead and plug into your spiritual health and spirituality by putting on that whole armor of God. It gives you life, it gives you joy and peace, and your life is not going to feel empty. You're going to feel fulfilled. All right. All right, now that's all I have for this week. Thank you so much for joining in, and remember to join us again next week, same time, same station at 7:00 p.m.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. And I am so excited to have you here. This is our weekly broadcast where we interview authors, anthology book projects, and I mostly say that, and I say mostly, it is for you. Why do I say that? Simply because you just might be looking for a good book to read. Well, many of you all know that this is, and you all know that for women, this is Women's History Month. And it's a weekend that I am participating in a network in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So I'm on site, I'm at the hotel, but yes, I'm on site in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, enjoying the phenomenal networking of some amazing women out of the Biloxi area, but right here in Baton Rouge. And I want to give a great big shout out to the visionary author and the creator of the Sistars Empowerment Incorporated, which is Nadia Francois, who is the creator of this amazing weekend of events. And I'll be sharing with you all a little bit more, because we have some events going on all weekend and all week, as well as some upcoming an upcoming summit, which is called Level Up Summit. And yes, I'll be sharing that with you. But here we are, we're back again with another part. This is part 2 of my interview with the phenomenal, yes, Ladrine Howard Peterson, who is the visionary author of a book called We Grieve Differently. And you see that she brought some amazing women with her on today. I have with us Dakota Saunders. Excuse me. Hi, Dakota, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
I'm good. I'm hanging in here, girl. Yes, I am. We are going to have a great time, but welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. Diana Jackson.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? You
Doing
good?
well.
Okay, good. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. And we have Lady Latasha Briscoe with us.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, and thank you. And we have Ms. Monica Best that is with us. And Sunita Mitchell is with us as well. Hey, Sunita, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing, and listen, girl, I'm hanging in here. Y'all hanging in here with me too, and I appreciate it. And the visionary author, as well as you got to help me with this because you have a co-visionary author as well. And so Ladrine, who is, yes, the visionary author of this amazing project, along with Sunita. And did I get that right? No, it's not
Latasha.
Latasha Briscoe.
Hey, come on, y'all,
Yes.
help me out here.
Give Latasha her flowers.
Yes.
Maybe
yes,
that's another
Wait a
book.
minute.
Look.
Okay, so Sunita, you all help me out. Okay, so listen, these women are fabulous. Sunita is going to share with us about some resources. This book, We Grieve Differently, is going to empower you. This book is a part of 12 individuals, 12 women who have shared their stories of their losses, but yet some victories and some victories of dealing with loss. And we're talking about loss of death. We're talking about loss of life. And Ladrine, you were with us on last week. And so you've been with me for 3 weeks. we have become quite a girl's pal here.
Yes,
I
yes,
appreciate
indeed.
you. I don't always get it right, but thank you for helping me through my fumbles here. But you have brought this amazing book to the light of our listening audience, and we have some regulars that listen to us from all over the country. And so bring us in this book, We Grieve Differently, as well. And you recall my previous interview with her prior to this was about the book We Heal Differently. And so we kind of did a flip there. But Ladrine, come on and share with us. You are a best-selling author. You're a talk show host. You have a business where you're definitely out of the corporate world. So share a little bit about who you are and this book, and then we'll bring on your other Miss Briscoe, who is your other visionary author, together.
Yes. And Sandy, once again, thank you so much for allowing us to be on your platform and rolling out the carpet to have us to do sort of like a takeover for 3 weeks. I really appreciate that. And as I had mentioned on the very first show, like right now, it just seems at a heightened level where everyone is trying to heal, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's going through this whole grieving stage, and how you said it, we started kind of like in the backwards order. Of course, I think God's orchestration is never backwards, and
Right.
it just so happened to be how it ended up going, right? So we talked about the healing first, but it's also like very pivotal and important for people to get the message is that when you are grieving, if you don't allow yourself to fully go through the process, and if you don't face what's going on, but you more so try to avoid it, you're not going to get through it. You're not going to get through it, and you're not going to get to the place where you can even transition to heal. You're going to find yourself stuck. You're going to find yourself stuck. So all of these ladies, as well as the ones who were on your show last week accompanying me, they have powerful stories about their grieving process. And even throughout the book project, right? As I reread these stories over and over again, it is seeing the transition with each and every one of us. All of them are different. That's the title. We all grieve differently. All the stories are different. And it doesn't mean that it's going to mirror someone's experience that they're going through right now. It doesn't mean that someone's going to have the exact pathway that either one of us had. But I can tell you that all of the stories have some impactful droppings and some impactful nuggets that make people think. And I can guarantee you, even if it's not with their moms, that they have gone through a process where some of the things that we wrote, it'll be because even within the stories for me, I'm all throughout this. And then the last thing I'll say before I cue Tasha up, within the books,
one of the things that we really try to do, right? We the authors in themselves, the majority of them have tips at the back of the book in which I collaborate. I probably owe y'all a little something because I put them in the Hill Journal. But in addition to that, Latasha and I, when we were talking about this project, and she can share in more about how it came to be, how it really came to be. But as we were talking about this project, we realized that people were hurting for all different things, and that hurt was causing them grief. So we wanted the meat of it to be what we wanted it to be. And we purposely did that, purposely picked 12, including us too, because each one of us are roses, and it represented a dozen of roses. And then we called on our spiritual advisors, the people who we really lean upon to help us, and they blessed us with their information, whether it was the foreword or the afterword. And then we pulled in Sunita, who deals with this on a lot of different facets, and we'll let her jump in at the end. Well, she'll provide the whole grief recovery aspect of it. So with that, I gotta introduce you to my girl. Come on, get this flower. She didn't call you every other day, but by all means, I know how it goes, right? But my girl, Latasha Briscoe, the best co-visionary anybody can have. Our skill sets just kind of like come together. And when I tell you magic happens, our souls and our spirits coming together, oh my God, Latasha is amazing. So Latasha Briscoe, unmic and share about the project. Share what you will want people to know in terms of the introduction of the show. And Sandy, I'm a host, but I feel like I'm taking over your show. So anything, chime in. But I listen for my girl Latasha.
I'm loving it now, you all. And what I was doing as she was going, I was like, okay, because I could get my notes in my, you know how they have the cue cards, you know, we're in this TV radio network thing. And I'm like, I know I got my cue cards somewhere. I may not be, but I love it. I love it. I love it. And yes, I'm going to go ahead, and when she finished, we want to share who this amazing woman is. And I want you to know who these two women are. You talked about collaborating and gelling together. And the reason I believe is because you all have not just the foundation of being able to work with women, and you as far as Ladrine, you again CEO and deliverer of the business that is called Delivering on Ideas and Thoughts, Do It, and founder of Do It Empowers Incorporated. You are a business strategist, you're a career strategist, certified Christian life coach, specializing in turning dreamers and into doers. You're enthusiastic about helping others optimize their ideas and achieve their personal professional goals. Then we've got Latasha, again, who came in and you all gelled together. Latasha is the owner and the creative director of LB Initiatives, is Innovation Events, a full service event planning and design firm. Annually, LB Innovations is responsible for over 100 weddings, corporate functions, and events with purpose. There's more I can read about you, but again, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. But we want to hear from you, the two of you gelling together, bringing your expertise of bringing women together for such a conversation that when we talk about grief and we talk about death and we talk about the transitioning of loved ones, friends, family. And so, yes, Lady Latasha, we'd love to hear from you.
Yes, and I want to echo what my co-visionary said at the beginning. Sandy, thank you for having us on here, allowing us to take over your show, because Ladrine has literally tried to take over your show. But that's our Ladrine, and we love her for that. And
we wouldn't have it any other way, right?
No, ma'am, because that's where we complement each other, because she has the words, but that just reflects the passion that she has in regards to this project. Yes. Because as she stated, I want to share a little bit about how it actually came about, because and if you get the book, you read, or if you've already read the book, you know that we've lost our mothers. many of the co-authors in the book have lost their mothers. However, this book is about more than loss in terms of death. We have also had co-authors that have experienced loss by the means of their mothers just disappearing from their lives and no longer being a part of their lives. And so we definitely want to make sure that we allow listeners to understand that when we're talking about that word loss, we're not just referring to death. And the book, the writing process, the brain dumping process, that brainstorming process, and just the whole method of bringing all the ideas together to draft that first copy, it was a healing process for all of the co-authors as well. For me, when Ladrine said, I want to write this book, and this is why, and I said to her, I've been wanting to write this book because I lost my mother 10 years prior, but I didn't know where to begin. And that was the beginning of my grieving journey. And this process, I mean, it helped me to reflect on some things, heal from some things, understand some things that I didn't get to have closure to when my mother passed. And it also allowed me to watch how Ladrine was going through her grieving process, having just lost her mom, because it helped the both of us really prepare for what was to come immediately following, you know, the release of this book. And even the not even before we even released the book, really, because another thing, you know, came up and we had to experience loss again. But as it was mentioned, we have 12 co-authors, but we also have a lot of experience. We have a lot of knowledge. So it's not just the individual story or chapter, it's the details that everyone can sit down and read and say, you know what, that applies to me, or this is something similar that I went through. I mean, we have one co-author whose mom left her on a doorstep at 3 weeks old. That abandonment and that loss, you may not have been left on a doorstep by your mother, but you may have experienced some sort of abandonment in your life. But to really dig deep and understand why a person does what they do, and it may not be just to hurt you, it may be because they were going through something, but it really helps you heal. It helps you get rid of a lot of stuff, that thing called forgiveness in the Bible. It helps you really understand why that is so important. And walking into our, you know, our anniversary of releasing this book, which we released as best-selling authors, it's just exciting that we can bring back this momentum and share with people, because during this past, you know, year, 2 years really, while we've been going through so much, people have not really had a chance to grieve because something has happened back to back to back for so many of us. And so reintroducing the book, reintroducing the resources that we call our co-authors to everyone will hopefully allow some people to really understand what they're going through and how to deal with what they're going through. So again, I thank you for allowing us to be on here, sharing a little bit more, and allowing us to definitely give flowers, like you said, give me flowers, but give flowers to our co-authors, because we've all been through so much. Even after the book was released, I've you know, watching our co-authors, and they're all dealing with different things in their lives, including loss. So I appreciate you, and definitely looking forward to you hearing from our co-authors and what they have to share as well. So thank you.
You are quite welcome. You all, if you're tuning in, yeah, this is Sandy. I want to thank all of you that are listening on Facebook. Thank you we are in a third week of our amazing guest and who has been bringing these phenomenal women. We're talking about the phenomenal Ladrine Howard Peterson, who is visionary number one of We All Grieve Differently. And you know, visionary Arthur Briscoe, whenever you said something about the abandonment, that kind of stuck at. There's two things, is that you're right, is that the loss, you're not understanding why you were abandoned. You begin to ask all of those questions. Why did it want me? Why did it care for me? You know, those questions. And so and this being a re-release, one of the authors that spoke to us last week, she shared about how she went back through her chapter, Sunita, and she was saying tears were coming up as I was rereading just to get prepared. And so what I was saying is that it was a different season. What the thought is coming to mind is that it was a different season when you initially wrote the book or wrote your chapter. But now here it is, maybe a couple of years, a year later, 6 months later, 8 months, 1 month later. And your mindset may be different, but it can still sometimes be fresh in our mind, in our memory. But we handle it differently, just as your book is telling us. We handle it. Maybe it doesn't, the pain is not as strong as it was once. We are learning how to think about the happy moments. You know, Ladrine talked about being able to call her mother and not being able to call her mother, calling her but not being able to, but then just finding herself, I'm sitting in the car, I'm gonna still talk to her anyway. I've got this exciting news, a deliverance, a victory report from the doctor. And okay, and we get it. When you grow to that point, that's the testimony. Listen, I want to thank these ladies, and we're going to definitely hear from them. You are just hearing from visionary author number 2, which is something new, y'all. I've never had it, and I've been interviewing authors. I'm telling you, God is just doing, he just opened me up for all of this new stuff. I'm telling you, we do want to give a thanks to our sponsor, Swag Her Magazine. We're a part of the Swag Her Magazine family. Thank you for sharing it out, and thank you all. We do want to let you know is that yes, the Swag Her family, we are part of them. And so if you're looking for a good resource and a good magazine to have and read and maybe be a part of, Swag Her Magazine online, you can go to that. And now what I want to do is call on contributing author Dakota. I would like to call on her, and then Sunita, yeah, we're going to bring you around. I would like to call on Dakota, and Dakota is a contributing author. And give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull up your information here. And let's see. Here we go. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So thank you and welcome. And so just want to share who you are. Dakota Saunders, born in January the 25th, and she's candid about the year she was born. You know, we as ladies, sometimes we'll tell people, and I don't mind telling folks, I'm hitting 61 this year, and I'm so excited. She was raised in the Prince George County of Maryland, raised surrounded by the love of her beloved father, Alexander Saunders, and her beloved mother, Sheila Saunders. Dakota often spent time surrounded by her immediate family, which includes her 2 older brothers, host of nieces and nephews. Her beloved mother, Sheila Saunders, inspired Dakota's love for education. Her mother always instilled in her children the value of education and the importance of succeeding in life, no matter what the obstacles you face. Dakota attended college and became an elementary school teacher. She has been teaching for over 15 years and loves educating her students. Dakota has obtained a master's degree in education and then decided to work toward her doctoral degree. When she is not working, she enjoys spending time with her family and friends, traveling and supporting her community, continuing to pursue her doctoral degree while still teaching her students and to become her students to become the best version of themselves. At this time, we're going to go ahead and hear from contributing author Dakota Saunders. Welcome to the table.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for welcome us all to this platform. Basically how my journey began with this, Latasha and Ladrine have reached out to us. And at that time, I was strongly dealing with the death of my mom. Not saying I'm not dealing with it now. However, writing this book had definitely helped influence me to talk about it more, reach out to other people that's dealing with death, not even just as a mom or dad, but just in general. But I definitely know writing this book definitely released a lot of stress, anxiety. I can definitely just reflect on it and think of positive memories related to my mom and my dad as well, because my dad is also deceased. Living in this world now alone, sometimes I feel alone. But I definitely know that both of them are in a better place, and I still have a journey to accomplish with other people who may go through this as well. I'm thankful and grateful that I have met a lot of people because of this. I have met a lot of sisters because of this. So I know when I go through things, I definitely have people to reach out to, and I'm thankful for that. I'm just basically grateful. If I had to say one thing that I'm happy for that I got out of this experience, this is my first time being able to write a a book as well. One thing that I've reflected I got out of this was building a relationship with others and digging deep and finding strength to move on, to discover that it's not the end. That is not the end. And I have more to do in life, so I'm thankful.
I love it. I love it. And Ladrine has shared with me, and I think we had in our second interview with the other authors, you all had these meetings, these times of getting together, and sometimes wasn't even about the book. You cried, you laughed, you pulled out the tissues and all of that. And so now you have this circle of sisters. How's that feeling for you?
That feels great. Especially because I only have brothers. So it feels great to be able to come and, talk about that female deal with, and on a different level than just talking to my big brother. So
because sometimes they just don't understand.
Exactly.
And then they want to be our fathers,
Exactly.
Oh, wow. So that's amazing. So you're having to, do you find yourself sharing your story with other women who have lost a parent, who have lost, since we're on the subject, your mother has passed on, and as you were saying, you were dealing with that, as you should, as any daughter would. Do you find that God has sometimes placed you in
We are bringing the new year in healthy. Did you know that you have a leaky gut? Find out how we fix your leaky gut in 14 days at our free health and wellness seminar event. Door prizes and samples will be given out this Saturday, January the 21st at 11 a.m. EST at the Brooklyn Health and Wellness Center at 1066 Sunset Boulevard, West Columbia, South Carolina, 29169. For more information, please contact Eleanor Mason at 803-361-5501. Again, that number is 803-361-5501. It's time to take control of your life because your health is your wealth. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon.
Sweet conversation, hey, outrageous, hey, you smile, yes, smile, can I say, hey, come on, say, it's getting personal. We say what? It's still for a while, and big, come on, such
Hi, my name is Tom Anderson, and I'm the owner of the Potters Computer System. What we do is we build computers, repair computers, and upgrade computers. Where? In Lugoff, Camden, Elgin, and in Richland County. Now, since we're going through the COVID epidemic right now, our goal is to pick up your computers, repair them, upgrade them, and return them back to you. Sometimes you don't like us coming into your house, so we can meet you at a separate location and get your computer from you and get it done for you. My telephone number is 803-667-5348, and we've been serving the community out here in Lugoff, Camden, and Elgin for about 7 years, and Richland County for about another 7 years. So, if you have any needs, please give us a call. Once again, my name is Tom Anderson, Potters Computer Systems. My website is www.potters, P-O-T-T-E-R-S, computers, computers.com. And remember, most of all, you'll have a positive day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Julissa Raquel, and we just wrapped up an amazing women empowerment shoot. We call it the Crown Adjustment Shoot because this shoot was all about inspiring other Black queens like ourselves and uplifting each other. So make sure you guys adjust your crown and follow us at MediaGirlsNetwork.com.
Welcome to the Media Girls Network!
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about
Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
I want to make sure that we get the full-fledged. There we go. There we go. Can y'all see that? Because I'm using Zoom today, and it's a little bit different. Can y'all see it? Let me see here. Hold on just a minute.
Yes,
here.
we can see it on Facebook.
There we go. Okay. Are we in the way? Okay, good. I know it's like really large and y'all.
We are bringing the new year in healthy. Did you know that
So
you
the
have a leaky
website
gut?
is
Find out how we fix your leaky gut in 14 days at our free health and wellness seminar event. Door prizes and samples will be given out this Saturday, January the 21st at 11 a.m. EST at the Brooklyn Health and Wellness Center at 1066 Sunset Boulevard, West Columbia, South Carolina, 29169. For more information, please contact Eleanor Mason at 803-361-5501. Again, that number is 803-361-5501. It's time to take control of your life because your health is your wealth.